Are you into video games? Are you into watching somebody hunt for video games? Do you like wrestling news? Then you've come to the right place. Because this is Casey is Raw, and I am Simon Miller. And if you don't watch Casey's channel, I'm going to come find you, give you a wonderful hug. Because I don't believe in violence, and I believe that being nice is the best way to get people to do what you want them to do. So check out Casey, subscribe, like, comment right now.
The following announcement has been paid for by Casey is Raw. What up, guys? My name is Casey is Raw. Welcome to Saturday is Raw, episode 78. Welcome. We got, let's say hi to certain people. We got EJ and we got AJ Raiders. I want to talk about, and we got Bam, boo that Simon Cuck. Oh, that's fucked up, man. So, I'm not gonna bring this up too much. Mikkel asked why I timed him out. Why I timed out Mikkel. I am not gonna answer that. If you want to talk to Mikkel and find out why, he's only being punished for this stream. But he needed to be punished for what he was potentially gonna do, and that's all I'm gonna bring up. We got Devious Dave Rose in the chat. We got AJ's like, what shirt are you wearing? This is a shirt I got from Too Many Games. It's pretty much from Earthbound. That was their theme of that year. We also got Steve Callan, and did I say hi to Devious Dave Rose? One of the people there was a couple people I wanted to get on the call for this, and for the topic right here is I want to talk about gaming consoles versus PC gaming. And one of the people I want to talk about that is Filthy Mouth Gamer. I know he's probably going to be on Ken's show tonight, so maybe I'll do is I'll hit him up for a later date, and we can talk this about his opinion about this. Yeah, originally I was that close canceling the show for the night. Yeah, Dave. I sent you the link in the chat. I mean, not in the chat. I sent it to you in DMs. The Rose should be here pretty soon. I know he's doing his own stream right now. I know he's doing Paper Mario. But I definitely need to get together with Filthy Mouth Gamer and talk about it, because what was funny, I was doing I was bantering back and forth with a guy at work, and he has this big computer tower thing that, like, I swear the guy is probably a hacker, and he was talking about how he emulates all types of games. So, like, okay, all right. I mean, you might emulate the games, but a lot of times emulation is not the best option, because a lot of times they could be off. Like, shoot, when I'm doing some of those arcade gameplays off the arcade stick right here, or even on the Pokébox, emulation is not great. But yes, it'd be kind of interesting to do this with uh Filthy Mouth Gamer. I'm gonna try to hit him up about that. But yeah, I was very close to call it tonight, because I was after going game hunting with Dukas. Me and Dukas went out and had a little fun, and he enjoyed the trip. I even let him, like, it was hot. It was like 80 something degrees. So when I went to go to the gas station, there was went to go get me a drink, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go get him a cup of ice water, let him lick out of it. And he didn't drink a lot of it out of it, but every once in a while he'll get a good lick of water. I think he's like, oh, I don't want to lick your water. I'm like, lick your water? Like, this is for you. I opened the drink for you. I don't think he suspected me to do that, but at one point he had a little piece of his fur and water. It's like, you got hair in your water. Thank you, Kratos. Did it finally hit it? Like, I broke it, and then I went down. Yeah, I officially broke 700. Thank you. So I'm on my way that direction. So yes. So you know what? Kratos, it says 700 on your tablet. Fuck you too. There was one point I had 707 subs, but we got our first caller right here. Devious. Dave Rose. What's up, man? And there's the Rose, but I don't hear that. I hear someone now.
What the hell?
Now I hear you. I don't. It's got to be StreamYard. StreamYard likes to fuck up. It's ShitYard, like the Rose.
Well, you're the one who chooses to use this, so.
Dude, it took me almost 10 minutes to get on here because YouTube kept, StreamYard kept telling me access blocked because StreamYard doesn't comply with Google's policies. But yet I'm on here.
Well, I mean, Dave, it's StreamYard is for like streaming platform for dummies, and like it works. And
Sort of,
yeah,
apparently. Doesn't always work.
no, but I mean, it has everything that makes it the show
Yeah, but
easy.
if you had just consulted with me about how to use OBS instead of going live that time where I'm like, I can't hear you, and he's like, and you're like, is this guy fucking with me? I wasn't fucking with you. You just, didn't have the volume set or whatever. But
I told him weeks ago, once he got his new computer, that I would help him do OBS.
Well, we had it set up. I was talking to Rose earlier that day on Skype through the laptop. So, and then like I would listen on the stream. It was like I hear me, I hear you. I was like, and then when the Rose said he couldn't hear me either, so I investigated it and I fixed the problem. So it was, I think it was something with Skype in.
yeah, but you should have, instead of just diving into it, you should have at least reached out to people who use that program so that you know what you're doing before you fuck up.
Oops. I mean,
Also, Filthy Mouth Gamer, I'd say somewhat overrated when it comes to his knowledge on video games and stuff. He knows his stuff, but again, like this is another problem. It leads on from what you said about the laptop and stuff. I told you, get a real computer. You got the laptop, okay? You're not going to return it or anything, but when it comes to gaming consoles and computers that play video games, there's no comparison. You
yeah,
can make your computer literally a fucking Rolls Royce. You can put the best of the best in there. And yeah, okay, consoles have longevity, but do they compare with the magic that you can put in from the latest stuff that's out there? No, I mean, PlayStation did talk about, removable aspects of the architecture that you could upgrade. I thought that was genius. That never was implemented. But again, we can't compare. The age of the console is over. The PC won.
well, I'm not saying obviously PC is always going to be more powerful than the consoles, but like to me, I like when I was having this debate with this one guy at work. I was like, he's like, I emulate every game, like I have every game, so you pirate every game, like yeah. While I have all the consoles that and uh yes, there's sometimes I'll use my Retro Freak because it's a uh, many consoles in one, and I can play in HD. But like, I'm still actually using the cartridges or the
So you're
card.
an elitist because you don't want people to use emulators, and of course you can't compare an emulator to the actual hardware. Totally different. But the fact that people can still play this stuff, especially when you've got Nintendo, really saying, "Oh, you shouldn't be able to even do a video on our stuff." Like, no, fuck that. Pirate, if you want to call it me hearties. Pirate whatever the fuck you want and take all these old ROMs and stuff and play them to your heart's content.
Yep, that's how I feel about it. I mean, the only time I use emulators really is when I'm playing like ROM hacks and like fan game versions of games that I grew up with.
And that would be something that they might have issue with, sort of gray market. But the bottom line is that some people have developed these games, just changes to the original programming and so forth, or totally new games. And well, the only way to play them, unless they actually produce them on a PCB and put them in a cart, is to play them through emulation. Why shouldn't people be allowed to do that sort of thing? To play these fucking indie releases?
Well, for me, like I was telling the Rose about this. Like one of the ideas I was also thinking to talk about what's considered okay and
have you been drinking tonight, Casey? Because you're certainly slurring some words, and I Certainly, I mean,
He probably
myself,
went
but
back to sleep after he called me 2 hours ago.
I remain
About 2.5
eloquent.
hours ago.
No, not gonna lie, I am a little tired and a little sleepy.
Translation: he smoked the joint before he went live.
No, I just, I don't know. This last few weeks, I've just been tired a lot, and
Clearly,
You spend
last
too much
Saturday,
time
you
driving
can't
around
wait to save your fucking
fucking.
life.
He's going to too many flea markets. That's the problem. Stay home one Sunday, man.
I actually did last.
Yeah, okay.
I-
Also, this man was torturing his dog. I don't know if you guys saw it. But you aired it
No
earlier,
surprise there.
and the dog was it was really whining. Only a few times did it pop up on camera, but it was just running wild throughout the car, and it was crying. Not just whimpering, crying. You
Well,
monster.
Probably- Do you take your dog on car rides often, Casey? You probably scared the poor fucking fella.
no, he. I mean, I take him every once in a while. He was completely fine. A lot of times, he actually laid
Once you
down.
got back, not when we
Yeah.
saw him, when you left the car.
Well, I mean, I
He was
made sure
crying.
he was.
You made your dog cry.
Well, I mean, I try to make him as comfortable as I can when I leave. Like, I have the window cracked down, and he had some water, so he got thirsty. He was not like panting. Like when we were first taking off,
His
and the
heart
car
hurt,
was.
Casey. His heart hurt. You hurt his heart.
Well, I mean, he's fine now. He's over there, even though he has his back turned towards me.
Bam is sort of technically correct on his statement. I can't really lie on that. There's a certain size that sort of required when it comes to classifying what a dog is, and unfortunately, Duke does. He's not that tall to ride that ride.
But I mean, I always wanted to take him on with me all the time, but it was because last week or so, like I hate leaving him behind. So I figured, hey, you know what? I didn't think I was going to go out too long.
Think or think?
What?
Think or think?
Think.
There we go.
But I wanted to just have him take a ride with me. So I mean, I hadn't done it in a while, and
Do you ever roll down the window for him so he can just like look
yeah.
out the? I always love seeing that. By the way, when I'm driving around and stuff, I see some dog's head sticking out a window, just looking at the world and having fun. I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah.
Well, like I have to be careful. He is like he'll climb out. So
So he's stupid. And there's big dogs that do the same thing. Just like, oh, I'm a big clumsy dog, and I'll leap out while we're going fucking 60 miles per hour. Yeah.
well, I mean, I just don't want to take a chance. I'll
Come
put
on,
it-
man. The guy hardly even reaches to the window. Why don't you just put him in a baby seat?
Well, they do make don't they make
do. Of course they do. But
Like
you're not going to
dogs.
spend on your dog. You're going to spend on your collection. Get real.
Well, that's not true. I spend on him all the time. I buy him food. I give him all.
I bought him a game, but he can't play it, so I'll play it myself. That's what you're doing, Casey. You're buying games for your dog, and he can't play it, so I'll play it for
Exactly.
him.
Casey, the fact that you just admitted that you spit on your dog is highly disgusting.
What do you mean spent on my dog, you sick freak?
Isn't that what you
I-
said, or did you say you
I think he
spent
said
on your dog?
spent.
Oh,
He,
spent. I thought he
he
said
tried
spit.
to say spent, but
But I mean,
My bad.
I buy stuff for him all the time. I mean, I need to get him new toys.
fake insurance policy, credit cards, anything that you can take advantage of, right?
But he got a compliment when I went to Taco Bueno for lunch. Or
Taco Bueno?
yep,
That's
that's
actually what it's called, eh?
yeah.
Sounds like a knockoff of Taco Bell, but any good?
Pretty much that's what it is a knockoff Taco Bell. But I like their beef and bean burrito a little bit better than Taco Bell, and I hadn't had Mexican food in a while, so I was like, and I hadn't
So
ate it.
translation, you were constipated and needed something to help you, go through.
No, oh no, I didn't have the shits.
Oh, so
I
you're
didn't
regular, huh? So like why I say soft stew.
But no, like Bam says that I should get one of those dog carriers, like a backpack, and carry that rat with.
Carry the rat around.
I mean, I wouldn't mind to take him with me like that, like have him in a backpack kind of thing.
Well, they do have they have backpacks. They have like side pouches and shit. But yeah, you can carry this thing around with you, and it'll always be close and wrapped up in a bag.
Well, he took his first shit on the road today, so
What's that
He
supposed to mean? Is that some sort of esoteric statement or?
no, I'm just saying. Last time I took him out for a road trip, and I tried to walk him, and he didn't do anything.
Oh, so
today.
you were trying to show an example to him. You've shit on the street every time you've gone on a road trip with him. He hasn't done it. Now he's emulated you. That's what you're saying. You've taught him well, shitting on the street every time you go on a road trip.
Oh no, it wasn't
It's
on
a
the
tradition,
street.
Casey.
It was on the side of the road, but
Unlike you, who's right in the middle on that yellow line.
but
Strangely, I can imagine you doing that because you did piss in your co-worker's helmet. And personally, I wish you had shat in his helmet as well. That would have been pure Casey is raw.
Well, I told this part where maybe I did or not, but after
I
telling my
fucked his
boss,
wife and then killed his kids.
I went after I got suspended. I went back to. Oh no, I got suspended for 3 days, and they finally let me go.
For pissing in the helmet.
Yeah.
I love it. Fight the power.
But they said they weren't going to tell anyone. But when I went to the guard gatehouse, there were a couple of the people that was in the gatehouse. They're like, "Oh, you should have shit in his helmet." And like, hold on, how did you know about that? You're not supposed to hear about that. Like, it got leaked out fast. I was like, well, whatever. I mean,
It's because you're a legend, Casey. You don't fuck with Casey.
well, here's the thing. Eventually, I leaked out that. Here's the whole story. Okay. I probably told this whole story before. So I was working at this shop, and I was a senior mechanic, and I was working for a union shop. So I told my union rep that I've been having a problem with these junior mechanics. Like they're like screwing with me, and can't do much about them because they have family members. There's like 5 or 6 of these people, and so if you against one, you against the rest of them. So what I did, I went to tell them, so you better do something before I do something stupid.
Jeez, Rose, fucking mute yourself for fuck's sake.
What's up?
Yo, I don't know. Are you jogging a fucking 5 mile or something? Because
I don't hear anything.
I don't hear anything either.
that can't be me.
It must be you. Because I don't hear anything. Maybe
Well,
it's something very slightly, but it's not like there's echo. I don't hear it.
No, man. It honestly sounded like a fucking herd of buffalo running. I don't know what
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm looking at the graphic, and it, again, it shows when somebody's talking and stuff. See, AJ Raider in the chat says he hears it. It was all coming from what I saw was the Rose. That's why I'm saying that. Looking at the graphic, saying who's talking, but fuck.
Yep. I didn't
Azrael
hear it.
Crowley also says he heard it.
Okay, I mean, I
So
didn't
does
hear
EJ.
anything. Okay, I mean, I didn't notice anything, but I was talking, so maybe I talked over it. But I didn't hear anything. But so I told the union rep, you better do something before I do something stupid. And
Using his brain for once? That's fucking unusual.
and then I was talking to this guy who I thought was a friend of mine, and it popped in my head one day, and I told the guys I should piss in the guy's helmet, and he was like, "Yeah, you should do that, Casey." He was kind of nudging me to do it, and eventually I did it, and after half an hour. And here's the thing, I actually tore out the headband and everything. I thought that would be a little too much. So it was just a hard helmet, the shell itself. And then after half an hour, I was like, you know what? Fuck this. It's stupid. I cleaned it out. And I put it back together. And maybe he didn't hear that I cleaned it, but a month later, that guy ratted me out, saying he couldn't live with himself anymore about that. Like what an asshole! Like he's the one who was egging me on to do that, and then he turns around and gets me fired. I hated that place anyway, so when my union rep was like, "I think I can get you your job back," I told him, "Fuck that! Give me my unemployment." I hated that job.
How long were you at that job, Casey?
About 6 years.
That's a pretty decent run.
Yeah. But it was the most I was making at that time. So that's why I stayed there that long. And I was getting regularly raises. I was getting union raises and other raises. So that's another reason too. Like I went from back then, to me, I was making. They're saying that noise is back. By the way, what's up, Crazy Blade? But back then, to me, $12.29 an hour was a pretty good chunk of change for me when I was 26 years old.
Casey, do you have a fan on by any chance?
No.
You have nothing that could be running.
No, not even the AC's running. I mean, if it's me, I don't hear anything, so it could possibly be me. So let me jump out and
because I don't see, again, if I look at the Rose's icon,
Yeah.
it doesn't show any sound emulating from there. So, or emanating, I should say. But again, you're the only one talking, and we're hearing this sort of again, it sounds like a highway in the background. It's the best way I can do it.
But I can jump out and I'll come right back, see if that'll fix it. So I'll be right back.
As you wish.
Oh, there goes the Rose. So I'll be right.
Oh, hold on. Maybe it was the Rose, because now I don't hear that noise.
Really?
Yeah.
Because a lot of times when someone has audio issues and they don't hear it, usually they're the problem. So,
yeah, but then again, both of you guys didn't hear what I heard, and everyone else in the chat heard it. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Casey, did you knock me out of StreamYard by accident? Because my shit closed on me. I had to refresh.
No. No,
But
I was
now
about
there's
to.
a little bit return of that noise, so I guess it is. I guess it is the
I
Rose.
was about to refresh myself, and I saw you leave. No,
Yeah, because
I mean,
my shit closed on me. I went to look over because you said you were leaving and or whatever. You had to refresh, and I'm like, okay, I got to refresh too. Maybe it'll get rid of this noise. And then I went
no,
to refresh, and it closed on me. I'm like, well, I guess I have to refresh anyway.
no. But you know how sometimes StreamYards does that. They'll randomly kick someone out.
Yeah, sure, it fucking blows, dude.
But EJ has a good question. Can ask a question. What is your favorite console and why? Uh, I think mine would probably be the generic answer. Would probably be the Nintendo NES. Like because I don't know. It was just something I grew up with. That I played the Atari 2600 before that, and I was. But for some reason, NES means more to me than anything. That's why I like collecting the boxes for the NES games. But I would say the NES. What about you guys?
I would say the Super Nintendo because
Uh oh.
Because you're a robot.
my favorite
Great,
game.
great
Uh
job
oh.
there. With your great job with your connection. I am a robot.
I think Rose, you need to
Yes,
restart.
Como arigato, Mr.
I can't be any
Rosato.
closer to my freaking internet modem unless I had it literally up my ass.
Yeah, you.
It is Saturday night, so I'm sure you're got the lube ready, but please, not on this show.
Bam says the Genesis for him. But
Hey. We still haven't heard a proper response from the Rose, who spoke before I did, but that's okay. I'll go last. But I want to respond to this because this is a loaded well, not really a loaded question, but I've got a loaded answer. How about that? Rose, what's your response?
I was saying that the Super Nintendo is my favorite console because that's the console I spent the most time playing on growing up. It had quite a variety of video games, a lot of them often better than the Genesis ports, in my opinion. And it also had my favorite game, Super Mario World, on it that I play literally every year to this day.
Well, I'm going to have to say the Super Famicom. I got a taste of that before it was released in North America. Well, before the Super Nintendo was released in North America. And I certainly did not expect the abomination, the, hard angles that would, cut you in the face, the neon purple color that was predominant in it. And again, thinking that I'm going to get the sleekest looking system out there. And I'd already seen the prototypes and stuff for the disk drive for it, which would eventually become the PlayStation and the Nintendo PlayStation, but whatever. I saw the compatibility and upgrade because I'd also seen what they did with the Famicom with the disk system and so forth. I saw I wondered why North America didn't get that stuff when it was so obviously adopted and accepted in Japan. So seeing the potential for what the Super Nintendo could have been by looking at the Super Famicom, I thought we were going to get those smooth lines, those potential upgrade, down the road, just cool peripherals and stuff, and the color, not only the color scheme, because I will laugh at Casey from time to time, as will others, about the boxes and stuff that he collects, but also the value to the art that actually is these boxes says a lot. There are museums that are set up for this shit, and I don't like the way that Casey displays his boxes, but the art on the Super Famicom, well, even the Famicom, but the Super Famicom, the way that they chose their graphics and so forth for that box, the color variations for the buttons and stuff for their logo, which was seen a little bit through Super Nintendo, but you'll also notice that the buttons were convex on the Super Famicom, while on the Super Nintendo there was two that were convex and two that were concave, right? Different feel. And I just thought that the Super Famicom controller was superior. And again, the graphic art that they did, if you paid attention to the Japanese carts that came there, I just thought that they paid more, effort into not just the graphics itself of the game, but the graphics for the, for the box, for the, cartridge.
Uh-oh.
What's going on now? Your dog barking?
He heard, I heard it.
Well, anywho, yeah, obviously, if you don't understand what I just said, my favorite console was the Super Famicom for those reasons. And again, also seeing Super Mario World, even before it had launched in North America, it just blew my mind and stuff. Was like, and actually getting to play it. I remember where it was. It was in Kingston. Basically, I guess the summer before the Super Nintendo launched in the fall. And I got to play it at a flea market. Some guy had set up a booth where people could pay money to play these games. And yeah, just being blown away at what the Super Nintendo had to offer, or was going to give us. But
if I remember correctly, I think Super Mario World came out in Japan before Super Mario Bros. 3 did in America. Even.
I'm not sure about that. But, I mean, I guess the Super Famicom came out first.
Yeah, it did come out first.
I guess it was a year beforehand, so... But we know Super Mario Bros. 3 came out when... in Japan, when Super Mario 2 came out around the world.
A little after, I believe.
Yeah, about the same time frame. So it was another 2 years before we got Mario 3, but we got Kratos on the call now.
What's going on, Kratos?
And he's having mic issues.
Great.
Says who?
Well, it looked like you're saying something, and
I'm playing music.
All I heard was a bunch of music going on.
Oh, really?
That's Mr.
Yeah.
Scary. That's Mr. Scary by Docking. Come on, people.
Well, we're not trying to get Casey or my channel copyrighted.
Minus points for making your own intro music for a show that's not yours. Plus points for actually liking Dawkins. So it's nullified.
So, what I heard, I'm not sure if this is accurate, but I heard that Nintendo looked at Americans and they're like, well, we put our soda cans on top of the NES, and that's why a lot of times the NES was failing because the sodas got leaked into the NES. But even when I was a child, even as a child, I didn't think, hey, I'm gonna put my can of soda right here, right on the NES. I'm like, I had many options than put it on top of the console. I mean, is it possible? Yeah, but
the only one who did that was Zach from fucking Saved by the Bell. Nobody who had a fucking Nintendo that their parents bought them would, they were gonna get a beating if they damaged the Nintendo, the TV. It was one of those things how much we paid for this shit, so you better fucking make sure it fucking lasts a long time.
For my family, it was either three things: the belt, a cast iron skillet,
holy shit,
and those damn things hurt like hell, or a wooden spoon.
Oh, you definitely don't want
you mentioned putting soda cans on the fucking NES, Casey, because I actually saw somebody do that in a YouTube video the other day. And I was like, why the fuck would you use your game console as a fucking coaster? That just seems like a very bad idea.
No, but who would even
also-
do that
also did
back in the
cancel them.
day? Nobody would do that with their Ataris. Nobody would do
No.
that with their Segas.
Nobody
You
would
already
do
know
that.
liquid electronics don't mix. So who was doing this to fucking Nintendo stations or consoles?
Morons,
would
that's
do
who.
PlayStation either. 'Cause if
Well,
you- 'cause
I think this is fake news, honestly. I don't think that this is as common as they're trying to display. It's something's fishy here with this story.
Well, I mean, why would they change up the console though as the shape? They said, like, well, I was hearing that they shaped it like that so you couldn't put a can of soda nowhere on it. Like,
There's
Like-
always a way to put something on something, Casey. There's always
Yeah.
a way that someone's gonna find to put some form of liquid beverage on a gaming console, no matter how stupid the people are.
well, you can't put it on top of the Switch unless you had the Switch on portable mode.
Not on a
and-
dock. You mean not docked, possibly? That's the
Yeah,
only way
not-
it's made.
Yeah, not in the dock, but if you use your Switch as a coaster, then you deserve a fucking ring on your screen.
If
Like-
you use any gaming console, no matter how much it was paid for as a coaster, you deserve to have your ass slapped upside. You deserve to have your hand slapped upside your fucking head. Jesus Christ, I can't even speak tonight.
Let's say hi to Tex in the chat. He says, we were the Dream Warriors. Show me some
He
tokens.
said, "Love me some Dokken." That's the song I was playing. I was playing "Mrs. Scary" by Dokken
Oh.
from
Oops.
the album "Back for the Attack."
Hopefully, you didn't play
That's a
enough
good
of it
song.
to get any copyright claims.
I don't
Let's
think
hope
so.
not. Let's hope.
But
I mean, Casey doesn't have enough subs to get monetized anyway. At this
Oh,
point.
Yeah,
yeah.
but copyright
Oh.
claims still look bad because when you do have a chance to get monetized, they look at that shit. The ones that
Yeah.
you got previously.
I mean, sadly, that's like why Ken, he has over 3,000 subs and he can't be monetized. Like, he was monetized, but he lost that, and that sucks because, yeah, you can go through his link and donate from there, but he can't super chat. Text says, does beer pong table count as a gaming console? No. I mean,
That's like asking if mayonnaise is an instrument, Patrick.
but what is your favorite console, Kratos?
The one that you can drop a TV on and still play it, the N64.
Well, a lot of the old systems that you could drop
But
it
a Nintendo
over.
64, you could drop a whole ass TV on it and it would still work like a charm.
Yeah,
Actually,
the Atari 2600 is
right?
nigh indestructible. So
Actually, when someone took a Switch and threw it out of a plane and it survived, they threw it out of a plane and it survived. The only thing that got damaged was the Joy-Con. Maybe it landed on the Joy-Con, but
they should have thrown out the person that it belonged to.
Right?
Yeah. Who throws a Switch out of a damn commercial airliner? Jesus.
No, it was
You gotta
not
be
that.
some
They
type of
threw it-
special to do that.
I think they threw it out of one of those airplanes for people who go skydiving. Because I
That
don't
doesn't
think
help.
Are you sure it just wasn't a plane where they just throw people out? I mean, like,
that's true.
That doesn't help.
I mean, technically they could use the same plane to do that, though. Too. You just-
exactly.
You just take the parachutes away from them. But
Or you just put a hole in their parachute and watch them fall to their death for doing it.
oh my god, you guys are
So
Uh,
just
horrible.
there's a video
cut a
going
hole
viral
with
right
some
now
scissors or
where a
knife.
guy fires a a flare gun into his into his parachute and destroys it, and then he falls some more before he releases his emergency suit. There,
Or you could do the Who Framed Roger Rabbit, where you have what you claim to be a spare parachute, but it actually is a spare tire in a bag.
God, I haven't watched it
Who
in
remember-
forever.
I still got it on tape. I still got it on VHS. Who Framed
Oh,
Roger Rabbit?
I'm pretty sure I still got it on tape too, but like I probably
I
haven't watched.
got a lot of movies on tape still. Like,
I miss VCR tapes, man. That shit was great growing up.
I got Merry Melody's 50 Greatest Cartoons on tape still. Still works like a damn charm.
Well, the problem is to find a good working VCR. I mean,
I
I
got
had
a
a
good working VCR.
I had a VCR DVD.
as do I.
Well, I have a VCR DVD combo, and the VCR part don't work. Like, that sucks because I mean, there's certain things I wouldn't mind watching, or there's even some video games that uses VHS, and I wouldn't use that.
I actually have something that was. I actually have the original. Who remembers the cartoon Gargoyles movie where Keith David was Goliath? Who remembers that cartoon movie?
You say Gargoyles, the Disney cartoon?
The Disney movie, yes.
I remember the cartoon. I don't remember the movie.
It was the Heroes Awaken movie. They actually had a interactive VCR board game part of the tape in the at the end of the movie.
I must not.
Who even remembers that board game about gargoyles?
I don't.
Jesus Christ! I'm tired of already. I'm tired. I already dated myself.
I don't
just dated
remember that
myself for
game.
It was a board game, actual
Yeah, I
board
don't
game. You
remember
play
that.
you can play that could go alongside at the end of the movie.
I
You have a
See, I
20-minute
only watched-
timer and shit at the end of the movie. For the
don't
board-
even think I know the cartoon, but I didn't sit down and watch that cartoon that often. But
I never cared for the cartoon.
that could have been something after I was done watching cartoons. But
Well, I just know when this particular VHS came out and the board game was alongside it, I guess it was still talking about like Lion King coming to video in '95. That's how old this shit is.
Isn't it? I think
It said Lion King was coming to video March 3rd, 1995 in the preview.
Oh, okay. And then
I'm
it
like,
came out
damn.
in the theater probably in '94 then.
Yeah.
But god dang.
I still have my old I still have the original 2 of the 3 TMNT movies on VHS.
Yeah, I think
1
I
and
got
3. I got 1 and 3.
so you got the best one
The
and the
second-
worst one.
No, the second one was the worst one.
No,
Second
second
was the
one.
worst.
Actually, I prefer the second one over the first one, but the first one's
You are
considered
out of
the
your
best.
damn mind.
Third one's definitely horrible.
Was the
Third
third
one-
one the one that the AVGN cut in half with a freaking 1,000 degrees?
Yes. Yeah. Because, see, the problem is, I mean, like, it's not even canon to the other, like, cartoons or anything. Like, they
How
went
about
back,
went back in
When-
time to feudal Japan.
yeah. And, like, it made no sense. There was no Shredder, there was no Krang.
Well, Shredder had already died in the second one from the
He
ooze.
died. He died in the first one.
Not actually, because in the second one he came back.
He got
Tojo
crushed
and
by,
Razor.
hold on. He got crushed by a dump truck.
And then he got dumped in the
That was
dump,
his helmet.
and he came back,
Mhm.
and his hand came out through the
Exactly.
trash. I mean,
Exactly. Because why else would they have Kevin Nash as Super Shredder at the end of it?
and they made him a new helmet.
Exactly.
See, even AJ says the third one sucked.
Of
I
course it
think
did.
this-
It was,
I'm not saying it.
you
I'm
don't
not
fuck
saying
around
it
with
sucked.
time travel
I'm
unless
not
you
saying
make a
it
good
did
story.
suck.
And there was
I'm
no
not
need
saying
to.
it suck. I'm talking about the second one. Your opinion of the second one being better than the first is outlandishly stupid.
No, the
That's
first
all
one
I'm
was the best one. There was
Exactly.
no
Because-
parents saying, "Oh, the violence," because that's why the second one they didn't even use their weapons.
Think about this. The
They're using
first one,
fucking
the very first
sausages.
one was the highest grossing independent movie for about 4 years. Up until Dances with Wolves came out. It was the highest grossing independent film because no other major studio was gonna greenlight this movie. New Line Cinema picked it up and put it in theaters.
They've
I'm
got
sure
a big influence in Canada, and they were initially considering using Toronto for the movie, but they got enticed by New York's, you know,
City that never
rewards
sleeps.
for running the movie there. But
Mhm.
I remember when they started to announce that they were going to be filming it, and I went to the theater when they first released it, but it was sold out, so I couldn't get in. And but I do remember seeing it again in the theater when I got a chance to
Mhm.
actually get into the theater.
See, I
Still.
still think the second one is the better one because even though, yeah,
It's not.
they're
Who said it was the better one?
no,
You
I said
did.
it. I said it's the better one, but
The second
Uh,
one?
yeah,
Yes, that's what he's saying.
But didn't you just say that it's not the better one?
I did. I
well,
said he's crazy for thinking that shit.
I felt the second one was better than the first one.
Well, we don't know
my
Casey.
God.
Let me hold on. Okay,
Oh my
let me refresh that. I enjoyed it better as a child.
But have you not gone back and watched these movies to see what holds up? I can certainly tell
Oh,
you that
yeah.
this one holds up.
Yeah, the first one does.
Realize,
The first one does holds up way
And the
better.
second one, does that hold up? With they're just babies. Oh, they really and the fucking
Personally-
okay, like Super Shredder was cool when we were kids, but like
Yeah.
there's no way that a fucking mutagen is gonna make your fucking metal helmet grow larger with you. Okay, yeah,
Oh.
Kevin Nash was in there cool and all that, look cool as kids, but like how stupid is it now looking back at it compared to the
Oh.
first one where it's like, holy shit, Shredder's a fucking badass. Not even one of them could touch him.
Mhm. And
I
think
would
about
think-
this. Think about this. The first one was more akin to the comics at the time than anything.
That's true.
The
That's
second
true.
one,
That was
the
the purpose.
second one had a scene that was banned in the UK for 6 years, with Michelangelo using sausages as nunchucks in the opening fight scene.
Oh my
That
god.
was banned in the UK for 6 years.
Well,
That's
let's
because they
talk
couldn't
about.
use weapons, from what I understand.
But you guys have heard that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles weren't like it wasn't the name of the characters in England, right? Did you guys?
No, they
ever
were
hear
called the
about that?
Hero Turtles out there, weren't they?
That's
Mhm.
right. Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, because the
That's right.
British are so fucking soft that they can't even accept the possibility that someone could use a rice flail, which is what a nunchuck is. That's what they use it. Again, the poor were able to adapt these devices that they use for regular life for self-defense, and that's where the nunchaku came from. But really, it was just for fucking pounding rice. And the British are so soft. They had an empire that spanned the world, but don't show nunchucks on TV. Oh, we're so scared. It'll affect our tea time. Get the
Well,
fuck
that-
out of here.
That's dangerous, but katana and size, that's not lethal, right? Like
Or
you
both
can't-
staff.
Like,
Didn't they fight in World War One where people died in trenches and all that sort of shit? Firing rifles at each other with bayonets where they'd stab each other with these 3-foot long fucking blades. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they can deal with like a piece of fucking wood beating you.
yeah. But I'm like, and eventually Michelangelo in the cartoon, they decided to change his weapon from nunchucks to grappling hook because that's a fucking weapon, right? Like who, like, there's so many different. I mean, maybe a ninja stars or something. No, a grappling hook.
Speaking
Like-
of Ninja Turtles, who's heard about the last Ronin video game coming out soon? Or
I've
movie?
heard of it, but I don't really know much else other than that.
I heard
follows
it's
the
like
storyline.
it's a movie, right, or a video game. I can't remember which one.
I don't know.
I just know like there's a plan for a release of later this year. The planned release is later this year, like close
I
to
would-
around Halloween time or Christmas.
I would ask the Rose about that because I don't know about that.
I've heard of it, but I don't look too much into it.
I just know it's gonna be the first R-rated like Ninja Turtles movie or some shit.
That's the case. I'm looking forward to it.
But the mystery is who is the remaining turtle that's left? Who is the one that's that's the only one alive? That's the big question for the last Ronin situation. No one's has any clue on who it is.
I'd probably say gotta be Raphael. I see him as the sole survivor.
I can see it being Michelangelo being all depressed.
No.
And shit. Others are gone and taking up the mantle.
I believe
of
the
all
story of the Last Ronin exclusively does cover Michelangelo. The rest of the turtles are dead, and he's the one that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I believe it's already out in comic book form. I'm surprised you guys aren't aware of this, but I'm also somewhat ignorant. But
Yeah. Okay. I'll have to look into that too. I just know that they have who do they have playing? They have Keanu Reeves playing Shadow in the new Sonic movie.
Yeah, that's a bizarre type casting, that's for sure.
I mean, people were hoping it'd be Hayden Christensen at one point. People were actually praying it was Hayden Christensen from fucking Star Wars, Anakin Skywalker.
Well, I
And
mean, you figured the lineup for the Super Mario movie was outrageous, but they made it work just fine. Like, it worked pretty well.
People gave crap for Chris Pratt admitting he stole a quarter to use into the arcade to play Mario Brothers as a kid too. He stole quarters to play that game.
Okay.
People gave him crap for that. That's where his backlash came from. He did good for the role, but his backlash was stupid.
Eh.
People were
just
giving
thought-
him shit for the role too because he wasn't Italian.
Who cares?
Well, I'm just
Oh.
telling you, people were giving him shit for that. They were saying his Italian accent sounded when he was doing the wahoo and stuff like. They said it sounded really bad, and he
Well,
shouldn't have been trying it.
I thought they should have just gave it to, was it Charles Martinet? The guy
He
who-
was in the movie. He was the narrator.
Yeah, but he should be the guy who does Mario. I mean,
Well, he's not the guy that does Mario anymore. He retired from doing that.
oh yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's a great. I'm like, how did you get the turtles? By the way, that was weird. I'm like, we're.
We're
How
talking
about-
about VHS tapes.
Oh, that's right. Ah, that's right. You said you had the first and third one on tape, but nah, like I still have a ton of my childhood VHS tapes. It's just I need to get a good working VCR, and I don't want to.
Sorry if you heard a slapping noise on my end. I just killed a spider on my damn wall with a sandal.
Well, at least you put batteries in your fucking fire alarm. Because I don't.
Well,
hear
here's
it.
the thing. Here's the thing. I said this on a couple other streams. If I change the battery even a little, if I even touch that battery, they call the fucking fire department for a carbon monoxide alarm, even though I'm just changing the fucking battery. And I just changed that battery 2 months ago.
Oh, there's the rose.
Yep, I had to refresh again because my alarm went off to remind me to take my nightly medication, and obviously when that happens, StreamYard mutes everybody else, so then I had to refresh to restore it.
But how many pills do you take now?
Just one.
Speaking
You're
of which,
lucky.
Jim Henson made all the costumes for the Ninja Turtles in the first movie himself. hand stitched and everything. He made all the costumes. himself.
Actually, I would say the first and the second ones was the better version
Costumes?
of the. Yeah, well, I think the third one was hands down the worst. I heard the only reason you only seen half a Splinter is that Splinter wasn't done yet. Like half his
Talking
body
about for which one? The third one?
for for the third one.
Hmm.
That's why
Damn it.
in the subway that you only see him in the window. That his half his costume wasn't done. So
You know what? Actually, you know what? It's actually kind of like crazy to think about. Y'all know like the puppeteer for Elmo, the original puppeteer for Elmo.
no.
The one who was
Same
trying to groom kids, that guy.
Essentially, yeah, him. Yeah. Same voice actor for Splinter in the first movie, believe it or not, and his puppeteer.
Isn't that
Fun
sad?
fact.
Isn't that sad that like you'll think of someone and then you find out they're like, they have
Monster?
Yeah, they're a monster.
Mhm.
I mean, like look at Bill Cosby. Like, who figured he would had done all that drugging and
Mhm.
sexual assaulting women? And like,
I mean, everybody knew R. Kelly was fucked up in the head. It's just now coming out, and now he's in jail.
oh yeah, I mean, I
P.
think
Diddy's also fucked up in the head. Who saw that? Y'all see that? One video about him beating Cassie in a hotel room.
what?
I told y'all about this a couple weeks ago, didn't I?
I don't think
I
so.
think-
I don't remember this.
No, I don't either.
I think you the link on DMs, Rose. I think on Twitter about like an LTS topic a couple weeks back.
Oh, right. I said I would consider it, but yeah,
Yeah.
that might be tomorrow.
Yeah, it's an 8-year-old video at that, and it somehow got exclusively put on CNN. But he's beating her down in the hotel. Oh, anytime she would go near her phone, he would walk out in a goddamn bathrobe and beat her ass.
Oh, you talking about
Just
P
send it to
Diddy?
the Dick Kick City shit. Yeah, EJ posted that shit at one point. I
I thought
shared
you
it
said
with EJ. Actually, I shared it with EJ on her stream at one point, and then initially I found it like through my fiance who sent it to me through Twitter, because it was like May 15th when it got posted. It wasn't even talked about on CNN until May 17th.
Well, are you happy that we entered Pride Month?
No.
No?
June
like-
June is officially now my least favorite month of the year.
June 1st.
Hooray! It's Degenerate Month.
The only day I celebrate is June. The only day I celebrate in June is June 1st because it's two of my siblings' birthdays that day.
So you don't even celebrate the Black holiday?
The Juneteenth. Juneteenth, as
Fuck
Casey would
Juneteenth.
say.
Shit. Fuck Juneteenth. Fuck that shit.
That's coming from a black guy,
Fuck
folks.
Juneteenth.
What exactly? What day does that land on? I
June
imagine
19th.
June 19th every year, Casey.
June 19th.
I only heard about it recently.
When I had my own friend said, fuck the 4th of July. I'm like, fuck you too, bitch. She says, fuck the 4th of July, happy Juneteenth by putting the finger up. I'm like, fuck you too, bitch. If it wasn't for the 4th of July, your ass wouldn't have Juneteenth.
That's a good point.
Mhm.
That's a good point.
Your ass would still be a slave. If it wasn't for
Well-
the 4th of July, your ass would still be a slave somewhere in fucking Kentucky or
Yeah.
Texas,
Well, I wouldn't.
getting manhandled by white men.
Well,
Or
I mean,
natives.
or-
The
Yeah.
Indians. The Indians had slavery. The Americans actually had to fight to free a lot of slaves, which included a lot of black people that were taken as slaves by the Indians.
Well, I mean, nowadays the modern day slaves are just trying to survive through the what's going on with his economy nowadays, like trying to survive.
The modern
Like,
day slavery is sex traffickers.
that
That's all
is
that
true.
is. Modern
And
day slavery is
taxes.
sex trafficking.
Taxes is slavery.
Mhm.
That's true.
I mean, then again, I guess Russia and the Czech Republic don't have a problem with that because you can sell your fucking body as long as you have a clean bill of health in those two countries. You can legally sell your body in the Czech Republic or Russia and
There's a
make
lot
money
of
off.
countries that actually allow that.
What
I
type
mean, as
of
long as you have a
prices-
clean bill of health, that's as long as you can
Right.
present your government with a clean bill of health. Yeah.
what kind of prices are these prostitutes in Russia?
Of course, you would fucking ask that question.
You would expect you come on. You wouldn't put that past Casey to ignore a topic with Matt.
Well, I mean,
Try
think
about
about it.
2,000 Czech crowns. Try about 2,000 crowns in the Czech Republic. In some
And
cases.
how much is that? I mean,
Christ.
so, but gosh, so I was telling the Rose.
God damn, that's
I know
cheap.
we're what?
God damn, that's cheap. 2,000 Czech crowns, $87.90. Damn, that's cheap.
Yeah, that's not that bad for a prostitute.
What the fuck? Dude?
I mean,
I regret bringing this topic to the fucking table. Shit.
yeah, like you pay like you give her $100 bills. Like, can I get some change back afterwards?
Fuck
Like-
the change. Fuck the change, dude.
Hold on, like if her rate is $87 in conversion
I said
to
in some cases, the better ones charge about 10,000 crowns, and that's almost $500.
that's about I consider close to normal almost, wouldn't it? Like maybe a few $100. I mean, I don't know. I had no
I'm surprised we just jumped 3 viewers over this topic.
that's
We were at 6 viewers, now we're at 9.
considering we had 17 at one point, but it fluctuates. But I know we're going to be talking about Trump being guilty. Like, but I mean, I was talking to Rose and I didn't know too much about it, but he was saying it was just only for,
Hush money.
for hush money. I'm like, so that's a crime?
Yeah,
like-
but we don't arrest Biden for witness tampering. Y'all didn't
Well-
hear about that report from New York Times? I'm sure Rose has heard Dave Rose heard about it, right? Where he went to someone's house at 8 o'clock at night, days before she's supposed to go to trial against his son, be a key witness.
Well, I mean, at least it doesn't prevent him from running. I mean, I
He's
was
still
wondering.
gonna run, and he might get pardoned immediately after he wins.
Well, the thing is,
I personally don't care who wins. I just don't want Biden to win.
well, I agree. I mean, I said this before. I thought Bush Jr. was the worst president, but no, Biden said, "Hold my beer, watch this."
But do you guys know what?
Biden said,
He's
"Hope I
been-
fucking."
Do you guys know what the crime that was committed? Because I see a lot of people poking fun of this, of people who again are relishing that Trump got convicted of this. But
I truly couldn't give.
can anyone actually name? Have they been paying attention to the trial, understand
No.
the law, and know what exactly he's been charged with, or what he's guilty of according to the jury?
No,
I
no,
personally have not touched this trial with a 10-foot fucking pole because I did not care.
I
The
didn't know.
man's still running for office. That's all that at this point matters. He's running for office still, even though he's convicted of crimes that more than likely he may or may not have been involved in.
Well, I didn't
But
No
these
one
are
knows.
already trumped up charges as it is. The premise for the lawsuit, where they actually raised its severity, also holds no water. But the problem is everything on that New York court was already rigged from the get-go. The judges, all black females. 94% of all black American females do not vote for or do not support Trump. And that came out recently. So Trump tried to move the trial. Obviously, they disallowed it. There's clear bias. There's so much to this. And I just find it hilarious as somebody who lives in Canada looking from the outside, still able to just cut right through the bullshit, see what the media is doing. The media is literally what's called a fifth column. They are a part of the deep state that's trying to destroy the country. And look at how they try to promote division and hate amongst people and to just put out lies so that it causes people, because we've seen Trump derangement syndrome. We've seen these people freak out at the concept that Trump said something that they didn't like. But again, the media tries to fucking make people that way. They try to make people ludicrous. It's got to be called out.
Tech says this trial is nothing but to be able to say Trump is a felon.
But again, you ask yourself, well, then what does that accomplish? All it does, what it does really is that the people are already just confirming what they already knew. They no longer have any trust in the justice system. It's not that they lost trust in Trump. They lost trust in the justice system because they realized, look, this guy was even special. He had money and all that, and he got treated worse than we did. Like, imagine what they're going to go to do to us now that this guy is being pushed aside.
Yeah,
I heard that they're even editing all future Home Alone 2 copies to edit him out of the movie.
You know who
Oh
did
my
that? And this is what really pisses me off is that my despise of ignorance is quite warranted. Now, I've learned this, but I was also taught a little bit in school and stuff. And well, school is totally commie right now. But even back in my day, we learned that there was Soviet revisionism, where the commies will try to, erase the past and rewrite it to control the present and the future. I mean, Orwell said it. Fucking Rage Against the Machine used it in a song. Like, it's so easy to tell, and it's just so surprising that people don't recognize this revisionism that's going on, trying to change the past to convince us that their wokeism was always the truth. People have short memories. That's what they're counting on.
Well, I remember when
I don't remember. I usually remember most shit long-term wise. Short-term memory could be a little scratchy, but my long-term memory, I usually don't forget a lot.
Well, I
But do you guys not agree that there's revisionism going on with history, that they're trying to change certain aspects of truth and history?
The fact that a history teacher wanted to have a Taylor Swift era of history put into history books.
What?
Yes, that actually was a news article. Some teacher wanted to have the school district in some state in here have a Taylor Swift history lesson put into history books. Like the Taylor Swift era added to history book. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And
I would personally like to set that man on fire.
I agree.
Because here's the thing:
set him on fire. I wouldn't even piss on a fire at this point.
I don't have any kids in the school system, thank God. But I mean, I dread for those that do, because they're exposing their kids to people like this who clearly don't have any interest in their kids learning. Like, personally, I love learning. I love sharing that. You guys heard my nerd rants. But the thing is, though, these teachers who should be enamored with knowledge and teaching that to kids, What are they fucking doing? They're spinning these agendas and shit. It's like, how can you trust these people around your kids? And then you look at the stats. And when I saw this, that I blew my mind. Have we seen, obviously abuse in the Catholic Church of kids? Yeah. Have you seen the difference on how much more it is in public schools? It's fucking 1,000% more. Like, I can always back this up because I've got the data, just not with me right now. And obviously Streamlabs or Yards or whatever doesn't show the shit, but I can prove it. And now that we're seeing the fucking schools promote their gender identity crap, COVID really proved this to people. Like, the parents were sitting with their kids while they're attending school at Zoom. And then the teachers start pushing this gender ideology or communist fucking mentality. And the parents are like, what the fuck is my kid learning?
See, I'm not seeing this right
I'm
here.
going to send you the link.
Excuse
Does anyone even care, or should I just shut
I
up?
hear you. I hear you.
I know you hear me, but do you even care? Like, do you guys even care about this infiltration that we've seen that has tried to manipulate the youth and control our minds?
That's their problem. I mean,
so the answer is nobody.
It's really
cares.
not just their problem. It's really everybody's problem if you think about it.
well, yeah, I'm just kidding, but like, it is stupid. Like, I'm wondering, like, how these kids are going to be learning about certain things, like. I mean,
Math?
honestly,
You can't even remember what it is that you.
No, I'm talking about like the history, like, of America or around the world. Like what are they going to edit out of these school books? Like, I mean, obviously they're going to probably talk about 9/11. But are they going to edit some stuff out of the books? Like they're already trying to. We're tearing down statues because this guy had a little racism back.
They've been rewriting this for a while, where they've been trying to make Paul Revere and others that warned about the British prior to the actual war as being terrorists. They try to equate them, with terrorists, and they call the founding fathers like oppressive and fascist and stuff. And it's hilarious. Just like fucking Kratos was saying, it's like, without the laws that were established, you would not even be allowed to say that sort of thing. Because if you look at other countries, say fucking, I don't know, Singapore, if you spit on the ground, which is highly illegal, there's a good chance you actually will be charged and caned. That's the way they deal with people in Singapore. And there was a case, I think back in the 90s, where two American students, they spray painted something and they were arrested, and they were going to get like 200 canings. And then the American, diplomat got involved and like, no, okay, like, let's talk it down. So eventually they got like, I don't know, 30 canings or so. I can't remember the exact number, but it was like a lot lower, but it still wasn't, few. Like they caned. This is how you fucking teach society. If you're going to break the law, you're going to have to deal with repercussions, and a caning publicly. Again, they put you in front of the fucking neighborhood. They string you up and then they fucking cane you. You think fucking wrestling's bad. Like, this is like real. And, people don't reoffend it often. So,
Casey, I found at least like 2.5 pages of articles about actual teachers and college professors using Taylor Swift as an idea to help kids learn.
Can you send that to me on Skype?
oh my God, that's
There's so many.
I would like to see that article, because I need to read about this now, because I can't imagine how. First of all, I can't imagine how it's possible to teach kids with Taylor Swift. But if that is actually happening, I'm then wondering, how stupid are these fucking kids? I need to see this info.
Well, this is from the Today. This is from TodayShow.com. The from October 25th, 2023.
What can they possibly teach using Taylor Swift? How to write a fucking song about breaking up with your boyfriend?
How to be a whore?
Teachers are saying this shit is working. I'm like, bullshit. People are saying, these teachers are saying this shit is actually working.
Yeah, sure.
Well, we got a surprise entrance. We got Tex on the call now.
Oh no.
That's
Oh no. See,
there's
you're not the only person that I get that response from when I come around, so it's all good. No, I mean, if you want to talk about Taylor Swift, go ahead. I was just going to mention the Trump thing, or like more to the Trump thing, real quick. Obviously, okay, we've never had a former president be charged for crimes like this. This sets a precedent that I don't think these people that are cheering realize. Because look at the crap that the Clinton Foundation has done, the Bushes have done, the Obama. Like, I don't think these people do these. Well, obviously, I know they're not smart enough to learn these things, but this sets course for a lot more people. Look at Hunter Biden and all the lovely things he's done, and 10% for the big guy, and all of this Ukraine crap and everything going on. Look at
how about Fast and Furious with Obama? Okay, that's just one example.
Oh, there's 1,000 different things. All of the Clinton Foundation money that just all of a sudden dried up whenever she lost the election. Like, what happened to a dime of that money? Everything that happened to the Clintons, was it Nigeria or what African country was that? I can't remember right now. Either way,
sure it's not Haiti.
Haiti. Thank you. Yes, you're right. I know it was one of those black countries.
It might as well be. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, if you've seen one, you've seen them all. You know what I'm talking about. Either way, this whole trial, Trump was never going to win.
Cannibalism in Haiti, just like Africa. So.
Right. Well, I mean, they have to eat something. Fuck. I mean, when you're that poor, goddamn. But there was no way he was ever going to win this trial. I mean, we have never seen the gag orders that were put on this guy during the judge's daughter. I don't know how many millions of dollars the Democratic Party was giving her throughout all of this process. This judge was directly not campaigning, but he gave money to Joe Biden in the 2020 election. This entire thing, WrestleMania wasn't this well planned.
Actually, I said the same thing on social media is that wrestling is less rigged than this farce of the trial, and I got a lot of leftist fucking wrestling fans that were fucking chirping at me for it, which is
let's be honest. Most wrestling fans can't rub two sticks together and get fired. Most of them are fucking idiots, but that's beside the point. But Trump is okay. I'm not a Trumper. I'm not going around in a red MAGA hat just for. I mean, I like what he did for the country, but what he did with his stance on the hokey pokey and how he was even making fun of his own people that didn't get it and working side by side with a lot of bad people, that put me off of Trump. But he's realistically the best option that we're going to get. We're not going to get a good option. If this was a free and fair election, Trump would win hands down, landslide. You might as well not wait till November. Go ahead and vote now. But y'all know as well as I do, they cheated in 2020. Look at what they did here. And whenever I called in, Dave had brought up the New York Supreme Court, 5 black women. You really think Trump's going to beat that one? His only shot at winning anything is getting to the Supreme Court. And I think that's why. Is it his case in Florida where it talks about what presidential immunity and what that pertains to? I think that has a lot to do with the Supreme Court case. That's really going to weigh on that.
Because again, what these people don't seem to understand is, we're going to grab Trump on this, but hold on, this guy's the cleanest motherfucker. The most that you could find was that he said grab people by the pussy. He paid off.
Oh, God forbid.
Like money that. Okay, You know, the guy has, I mean, considering the guy, he's got a large sex drive and he gets what he wants, just like all billionaires. Like, what's this whole big deal? Like, oh, mistresses and fucking side pieces and shit. It is how it is. Rappers do it. Nobody seems to
He
criticize
got
it. Fucking
Trump
businessmen
got
do it.
34 felonies for mislabeling of a payment by his lawyer Michael Cohen.
That's what the
He
law
didn't even do
is
it.
determined on that. But again, it's faulty because it
Yeah.
was stacked from the very beginning. It doesn't. That's why I asked these
Right.
guys when they came on. Do you guys know what the actual crime is and how it relates? But again, it
Right.
falls apart with scrutiny. But they pack the
Right.
fucking court to ensure that, regardless of the fact, this is a Soviet style kangaroo court. It doesn't matter what evidence you provide in that court. The system's already rigged. And the thing is, they're proud of that, and they're telling you that
Of course.
with the way that they
Of
act.
course.
This is why people need to wake up and realize this was like literally determined from the very beginning. It wasn't going to go any other way. And they're laughing at you while they do this to you.
These people seriously believe these mindless sheep, these useful idiots for the time being, really think they're on the elite side. They're on the far. They think they're in the hierarchy. What they're too dumb to realize is the minute they're look how useful Black Lives Matter is nowadays. Joe Biden had no problem throwing them to the side the minute he was done with them. The gays, all of these groups, they're only useful when they're needed. Anybody celebrating this Trump thing, if they can get a billionaire, what do you think they're going to do to you? Because they got him for a clerical error. I guarantee you, every single one of us has done something worse. That if the right pressing body wanted to push it, we'd all be in the gulag with him as well. This is not okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, look at what they were doing. Like, the media was against Trump from before he was even president. Like, I saw the hate. I was like,
Everybody
as soon as
loved
he-
Trump until
as
he
soon as
came
he
down that
announced
staircase in
his-
2015. I don't
As
want to
soon-
hear any of that.
2015, as soon as that he announced the
Yes.
possibility, just the possibility.
Yes.
He went
Yeah.
to, I remember I followed this very carefully. I knew something was up. He went to Scotland, spent the weekend there. Then he comes back to America and declares his candidacy. And then there was something that happened there. I can always talk on another show. But prior to that, he was like, oh, maybe I'll go for the. And at that point, it started. All this shit that just started coming out. And meanwhile, this guy was having black people on his shows. He was being featured with every sort of ethnicity at events and stuff. And this guy was praised across the board. As soon as he announces that
What year did he go on Oprah's show talking about if he ran for president? That was way, like the early 2000s.
Oh, actually, that was
wasn't
19.
Was it 19?
Yeah, it's 1980s. 1980s or
I knew
1990s.
it was a while ago, but I don't remember exactly how long. But that was, I think, the first time he ever publicly spoke about it. But yeah,
Where he would consider running for president if the need was required, right? Is that the clip you're talking about?
right, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
well, I mean, that's just. Well, I mean, I just couldn't believe the hate when he first was running for president. I was like
1988, by the way.
88. Okay, damn, I was like 20. Well, damn near 20 years old. Holy shit.
That's
Okay,
insane, though.
my bad.
That he was back then. That he was
Yeah.
talking
Well,
about this.
If you, it's very curious. If you're ever interested, go listen to Roger Stone. He has his own website. He was in with Nixon. He's a big Republican guy going way back. Or not Nixon, but yes, Nixon, Reagan. He had ties to almost all of the big Republicans, but he's one of Trump's guys, and he knows a lot about the backstory of when Trump really started getting into this and that, and whatever. But they're not going to let Trump win this thing. What better way to Epstein Trump than to let's say, okay, he's been found guilty of all these crimes, and I don't want this to happen. I want him to win, and because this country was better off under him.
I
What
agree
better way
with
to
that,
Epstein?
definitely.
Well,
I mean,
what better way to Epstein Trump than to say, okay, we'll commute your sentence if you do a week at Rikers or whatever. A lot can happen in a week. And look what the whole Epstein thing and everything else. I'm just saying, if this were a free and fair election, yeah, Trump wins 80-20 easily. Joe Biden can't get 500 people at a rally. Joe Biden did a rally this past week where they had to bus in black kids from Philadelphia to just get a few hundred people there. I'm not even kidding, dude. I saw the footage. Joe Biden could not fill a high school gymnasium. No, who's going to vote for that guy? Seriously.
you can't. honestly,
Dead people.
and
So
people-
since it's say,
As usual.
don't die, or check that case. You might actually want to check because Dukas might be voting for Joe Biden because a lot of animals did as well, from what I heard. But either way,
Oh, that's right. I
Yeah.
mean, it's like Dave said, maybe dead people. So maybe my mom and dad.
well,
Well,
They've done it before.
Right, so-
The Democrat Party has been caught using dead people to vote for them.
yeah. I mean, how else do you think they get 30,000 votes in the middle of the night? You got to get those people from somewhere. So
Well, I mean, honestly, you can't really even think of anything he done good during his run. Like, I can't even think of one thing. I mean, like, the
Well-
economy.
And the
was
funny
in
thing
shit.
is, neither can his actual supporters. Because if you've seen those interviews on the street where they say, "Well, what was good about Biden?" They can't name one accomplishment. As long
No.
as Orange Man Bad is not in office, they're happy no matter how much this fucking, truck goes downhill on fire.
I mean, the first.
I think
thing
my
that-
favorite videos when it comes to the Joe Biden supporters is like they do like a man on the street kind of thing, right? And somebody will go out and they'll like read off things Trump did, but they'll just say Biden did it, and the person, that was great. I loved when he did that. They're like, oh wait, actually Trump did that in 2019. The look of stupidity that comes across these people's faces is golden because nobody pays attention to anything.
Yeah, but they keep voting the same way, and that's why, first of
course.
all, universal
course.
suffrage was bad.
Well, we need to repeal the 19th, but that's all different conversation. But
I mean, one of the first things Biden did, he cost jobs when he shut down that pipeline. And like, oh yeah. Like,
How about this? Let me ask you guys this. I went to college a couple of times, actually, upgrading myself and changing careers as well. And I paid that all on my own. And I paid any loans that I had off on my own. Why is it okay that Biden decides to forgive debt for useless fucking degrees of these people? And it's not that just poof, the money's gone. It's okay, now the taxpayer has to pay for the shit. Why is that fine?
it's not
This-
fine.
Yeah.
I'm like, not every one of these kids going to colleges is going to be a doctor or a lawyer or whatever.
No, but why are they going for fucking African basket weaving courses and a doctorate? It's just like what are you going to get a job in, right? You're not adding to society,
No,
but
honestly,
we're paying for this fucking mistake. Which again, the course had never been offered in college, but stupid people like. Personally, I just I'm starting to think maybe eugenics is right. Maybe we should just judge people on their intelligence and euthanize those that are just too stupid, because then we won't have to pay for their fucking college degrees.
well, according to Bam, he said Babe Ruth voted for Biden. Like, it's possible. I mean, mention.
Did
I
Babe
think-
Ruth travel to the future?
No, oh, I mean
Babe Ruth is dead.
his corpse voted for Biden. I mean, what's
I don't even
left
think Babe Ruth is a corpse anymore. I think he's dust in the wind again.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say. I don't even think he's corpse. He's dust. Like, if anything, he's bones.
But that's the thing, though, is like, let's just be honest, though. We're joking about something that we already know that happens, that the Democrats use dead voters to pump up their votes. Has anyone done anything about it? Has anyone fucking stood up? No, it like literally because nobody's doing shit about it, the country's just going to slide into oblivion. Like nobody really is standing up for it. And those that do, well, they get January 6th. You know, and that was a psyop as well, where a lot of people were purposely paid to be there to fucking start shit, the shaman and all that fucking bullshit. It was a total setup. But the thing is, though, there's other people that are just literally just passing through the neighborhood, and then they got fucking arrested, you know, thinking that they were involved in certainly something that wasn't an insurrection. Because if you want to see an insurrection, go look at videos on YouTube about third world countries where you have an actual insurrection and there's a military coup, which is actually what happened during 9/11, but that's another story altogether.
Well, this is the story right here what Kratos was talking about. And I was looking at it, and then I was like, found out this person works in Oklahoma. I'm like, great. So this person is.
Are you scared then?
Yes, I am scared. I mean, this is the state I live in. So
Are they going to
he
come
said,
find you?
huh?
Are they going to come find you? Like, well, why are you scared?
Well,
Why are you
I mean,
scared? Why are you scared?
these are the teachers teaching this stuff. So we have a lot to learn from Taylor Swift. The pop superstar seems to have invaded all areas of our lives, from the radio to movies to football. So it's not surprised that Taylor Swift can also be found in classrooms across the country.
She's only invaded football because of who she's dating. Let's
I want to kill this guy already. But Casey, if you ever see him on the road, just drive right over him. I mean,
Well, thing is, it's not a guy; it's a woman. So that's that's one thing right there. So,
well, then that's okay because that's one half of a man. So
so the educators are using Taylor Swift's music, lyrics, and even aesthetics.
You have a short pixie haircut, just like every lesbian that would probably be pushing this shit. I mean, because that's what I'm starting to envision what this individual looks like. Saying they're a woman, saying that Taylor Swift's music is important, because surely they're as seminal as Plato or fucking, Da Vinci, Galileo. Like, seriously.
Well, they're saying used to teach daily routines, figurative language, and yes, even math. How's her
My head hurts.
about math?
Well, simple, Casey. She could teach you math because when you're dating someone, you're a couple, and when you break up, it's 2 minus 1. You leaves 1.
No. What she's doing is she can teach math by demonstrating how many holes she has times the number of people she's been with into her entire life.
So,
I don't even think the multiplication tables are big enough to cover that one.
So
yeah, it breaks the calculator when you try to put the sums in.
No, what I do is I use the calculator and I spell out boobs. That's how I use that for.
I'm surprised. So you must use a pencil to type it in because clearly your fingers are too fat.
Oh, come on.
Come on. You have one of those like oversized remote controls as well as fucking calculators that are normally made for seniors because they can't see shit, so it's oversized. But you use it because your fingers don't overlap on the other buttons. Come on.
Actually, I did have one one of those TV remotes. I saw it and I got it for my dad for a birthday or Christmas gag gift, and it was cool. Plus, you couldn't lose the fucking thing. It was like
Oh, that is a good point.
big.
Casey, you
Which
probably
is
still
the size
find
of a small carpet. You certainly won't lose it.
Exactly. But you can follow this person on Instagram right here if you want to say hello. She's a second grade teacher in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Rosie
She-
Colosi or Melody Munch.
Melody Much. That's a hell of a name.
You must munch carpet.
Oh, so she says she transformed Swift Bejeweled into when I walked into school. Okay, that's stupid.
That doesn't make any sense. How do you be a magician or something?
I don't know. Plays the songs during her class meetings in the morning to help her students learn a new routine for the school year. Best believe I'm feeling cool as I walk into school. I can make the whole place better. Punch sings with the class. When I walk in, my teacher says, "Good morning." My day gets getting better. This is so stupid.
I'm getting angry. And
So
I
is this
want-
woman
I want
admitting
her-
to like brainwashing children with Taylor Swift's music?
Pretty much. So here's the video.
Let me start by saying that I want to say that the white race disavows this woman. So
Oh yeah.
anybody else can take her, but she's not white. I speak as a white representative.
But remember, I get to go. My cousins and happy days, these are return from my friends without my back. It's really great. So let's start the day. Especially when we're feeling cool, and we're walking to school,
Cut
and
this shit off.
it's better. And when I walk in, my teacher says good morning, my day keeps getting better.
As they said on Double or Nothing during Anarchy in the Arena, turn this shit off.
Also, look. First of all, look at her. The size of her feet. She's got Bigfoot feet. Look at it.
Oh,
If you
let me
take a
go back.
look and compare to a regular woman, her feet would be much more petite. Those are fucking literally Sasquatch feet. They're huge. And also, she's ugly and inside and out. Okay. And what is this shit? This grooming of the kids.
She has 154,000 viewers on Instagram. What the fuck? How's that woman?
What's the confusion? There's a lot of stupid people out there, Casey.
I mean, I'm shocked how many people follow her.
I'm not.
Oh,
There's a lot of stupid people out there.
There's a lot of stupid
And
people
social
out there.
media makes them so fucking visible. That's the greatest part of fucking social media. And the worst
I
is
always
that
say
you see
social
these
media makes
people
people dumber.
everywhere. I see stupid people. And sometimes they don't even know they're stupid.
Oh my God, what's this?
Oh no, please no, Casey.
Third grade and we're counting by eights. 24 and 32. Oh, we're having fun, but we're learning too. I don't want to keep counting. I can't count. 40 turns to
I'm about to kill myself.
All right,
Turn
that's
this
enough
shit
of
off.
Don't kill yourself, kill her. It's like honestly, if I was a student and like the teacher wants us to sing, I'm like, no, I'll sing at karaoke, but not here, not in class. And like, what the fuck? Like, you're trying to inspire us. How about we just get through the fucking day and I do my lesson and I can just fucking get the fuck out of here as soon as school ends? Not like, golly gee, I'm so happy to be in this fucking indoctrination factory. Fuck off.
Do you even think? I wonder, those kids even understand what they're singing? Probably.
I'm guessing they
Probably.
don't. I think that like we're seeing like total, indoctrination factory right here with these kids that like so and kind of 1984, if you ever read it, like this is what the kids were like. They were fucking enthusiastic of whatever the state told them to believe. And that's what it sounds like.
Look how many likes this thing got. Over 650,000.
Holy
likes.
shit.
Casey, you're giving
we're
her more views by
We're
clicking on shit.
fucked.
That-
You know what?
here-
By the way, rumors has it that there may be, again, the U.S. is trying to push for nuclear war with Russia. We can't deny that. We might see something fairly soon. I hope not. But, there's talk of that there will be an expansion to hostilities in Europe. And, we might just be consumed by nuclear Armageddon. So.
So basically, you're saying we might not make it out of 2024.
Jesus Christ, Casey. I think your autism.
Well, you know what? Those motherfuckers will do just about anything to prevent an election that will clearly see Trump win. So, yes.
Dave is exactly right on that, by the way.
Sorry, Tex. How long were you on
If
this?
it's nuclear
There will
war,
not be.
they're willing to fucking do it just so that
They're-
Trump can win.
All it takes is, World War III is going to happen. Yeah, we're not voting anything. Look what's going on in Ukraine. If Zelensky's not exactly getting revoted for this year either, there's a lot of shenanigans.
His
going
term
on.
expired. He officially is now a dictator. There's no law,
Yeah,
basically,
but,
just other than the military martial law that he imposed.
right. But he comes over here and trances around with his little faggoty ways.
He bought
Basically
properties in
demands money.
America, in Florida and California.
Oh, well, of course, yeah.
By the ocean, by the way, which is apparently global warming says is going to flood, but a lot of celebs,
Well,
including Zelensky, has bought property on the ocean. So
American children get taught with Taylor Swift. Kids around the world are actually, just saying. It's what are you gonna do? But
kids around the world learn actually how to disassemble an AK-47. Meanwhile, kids in America are being told that there's multiple genders.
oh yeah, you can. And in some states, those same teachers are allowed to not only teach those kids about those multiple genders, but put them on programs of hormone blockers and that lead to a lot of bad things in life
and do that
without
within
even
the
telling the parents. But we don't talk about that. So
Well, apparently these are all different teachers that doing this. Like right here.
well, of course. Well, okay. Let's get real here for a minute. Why do you think the left, aka the gays, are so obsessed with our children? Because they can't make any of their own, so they have to indoctrinate their drag queen story time with the pedophiles or these mind washing teachers here that they have to corrupt our children.
Tex, I think the proper term is they don't reproduce, they recruit.
Right. You're exactly right. That should probably be on a bumper sticker because I'd buy 50. But they have to brainwash our children, and Taylor Swift, oh, she's cute. Oh, she gets a new boyfriend every 3 weeks. She's a flat out whore, but make sure your teenage daughter, loves her.
Yeah.
So
what does it tell about infidelity and stuff? It's just like, really, you're going to idolize a girl that just whores herself out and then just makes an album about. Is she just doing that just to make albums, just whore herself out, just to go through a heartbreak to be like, I'm going to make an album on this guy? Like, and what does that say about the value of a woman's chastity? And why are men allowing their daughters to be groomed like this by that mentality?
One of my daughters is a big Taylor Swift fan, and I can speak to this directly. It bugs the living crap out of me to no end. I take every opportunity. Now, to my own child's credit, she's smart enough to see what is going on here. But as with all things, women are stupider than men. They just see shiny lights and glittery outfits and they get distracted. I mean, I love my child, but God bless her. Her genetics are letting her down. It is what it is. But I get the distraction because I do the same thing with, you know, whatever the male equivalent of what Taylor Swift is. We all have something for, you know, for some of y'all, it's your favorite wrestler or it's this or whatever. We all have something. Taylor Swift, in and of itself, was a country singer, and I'm using that term very loosely, just as loose as she is nowadays. And,
I don't think that's ever been put more properly.
well, you know, it fits. And, you know, she started out singing songs about Tim McGraw, and now she's just liberal brainwashing machine. Is that what she files on her tax record? I don't really know. But, you know, it is what it is. So
Here's another one that, you know, uses it to name out the 50 states in alphabetical order. So I was like, what the fuck? Well, I'm like, why are they? I guess
if you've
they
got
have-
young children, pull them out of public school and put them in a private homeschool or some sort of program where they actually get taught something, not groomed. This is what you need to do
yeah,
immediately.
like this is definitely something for public school. And here's the thing: is they're in school and they're recording this shit. Like you
Yeah.
figure, isn't that some type of something? They shouldn't be recording
Well,
this shit. That's in
when you sign your child up for school, I mean, I've had to do it every year in my kid's school because you know we live in a technological age. You basically have to sign a release form if you don't sign the release form, your
Mhm.
kid's picture can't even be in a yearbook. Like they can't take a classroom photo with your kid in there or anything. I guarantee you, this teacher did not consider that. You know, just saying.
Well, it's just I would never thought like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna kill two birds with one stone. I'm gonna do my actual job, and then I'm gonna do my side gig at the same time.
Well,
Like, I'm
Casey, don't you remember back at the beginning of lockdowns when all of those nurses were so busy, but yet they had time to film full-out dance routine videos in the hospital while they were allegedly working? I mean, do you not remember this as well?
I mean,
Yeah, I
people
remember
are
that
doing
shit,
dance
yep.
routines in fucking Amazon. What's your point?
You know, I mean, well, I mean,
Dance
these
routines
poor
in fucking
nurses.
Amazon warehouse.
There was just so many sick people they were taking care of, but they've got planned out group dance routines that you know they didn't do just once. So
Also,
why not?
based on statistics, nurses are in the highest realm of those that are willing to cheat on their partner. So,
Oh, I know.
around
My ex was a nurse. I can tell you some. How much time do you have, friend? I've got some stories I can tell you. I've been there.
Yeah, let's go. We can go all night, Tex. I don't give a shit.
That's what I'm saying. I know what, and I don't want to. I'm not going to crucify all nurses. I just, you know, I think the bad ones.
statistics
I
talk.
will.
So, talk.
Right.
I'll crucify.
Oh yeah.
them.
No, it. I'll say
I'll
this.
crucify hotel room workers, housekeepers for hotels. I'll crucify them all because my ex works for a freaking like hotel. I know I have an ex that works in the hotel business.
Kratos, you sound like you're 1,000 feet away from the microphone.
I was going to say, are you
I sound better now.
in the bathroom and
No,
you're
you
screaming
don't
into a
sound better now.
speakerphone right now or something? Either way, back to my point though is that these school teachers, they're nothing but indoctrination agents that are just pumping your kids full of garbage. I mean, look at what Hitler did. Hitler went after the youth. This is what all of these people do.
Stalin
Get them
went
when they're
after
young.
youth. I think there was
Huh?
more of an example of that with the Soviets than there was with the Germans.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I agree. Yeah. I mean, if you can, why do you think replacement migration has to happen in this country now? Because all of us that are already old enough to realize what's good and bad in life, you can't change our minds. But if you can get the next couple generations and you don't have to fight them, you can just show them, oh, Taylor Swift wants you to vote for, drunk old Nancy Pelosi and, Gavin Newsom and blah, 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 and whatever. It's normal.
But
That's
let me ask
the
you
new
this.
normal.
We have obviously the grooming that's going on. We have this push with the politics. We also have something that's unprecedented, which didn't happen certainly in our day. And I am older than you, despite the fact that you sound like 300,000 years old. But
You're correct. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah.
But what the fuck? What the fuck is it with this phenomenon of even teachers that are 24 years old having sex with their own students that are sometimes as young as 12, 13? Like, this didn't happen in our day, but also we didn't have fucking attractive teachers like they do now. But this is seriously like a fucking sick problem. Like, is a man doing this shit? Pedophile, sent to jail, 100 years, blah, blah, blah. But what's happening with these women are just getting a slap on the wrist and they're just being allowed to continue in the system. And some of them have the kids. They have kids.
Well, that happened.
I'll say one thing about this topic. One teacher actually did go to jail for sleeping with a male student that was 13 years old. Plus, she was pregnant with his fucking kid.
They should have fed her into a wood chipper.
That happens.
That
happens, and it happened a lot. And there's many other examples where there's nothing to the teacher. And then the teacher's told, stay away from the kid. She goes back to the kid. She gets pregnant with the fucking kid's kid. Like,
I can't remember what the case was, but it happened earlier this year. There was a very attractive blonde woman. I mean, smoking hot. But she was a teacher and she was hooking up with a high school male student. And somehow,
Was this in like Missouri? I'm
trying to remember where it was. I can't remember. It was like around February or March is when it was really going on. But anyways,
that was St. James, Missouri. I know that case.
Somehow the case got flipped around to where her lawyer was genius. This guy was brilliant. I mean, I have to give credit where it's due. He was so good at his job. He flipped this around to where her husband, who had been arrested for shoving her one time, was now a woman beater, and that's why she slept with the student, and she basically got off of the charges for that. I mean, it was stupid.
A lot of cases of that shit. Where they just the woman was the victim.
Well,
meanwhile,
whenever I
went for the kid.
I went to a very small high school. We had my Spanish teacher was having sex with one of my classmates. He was a Mexican male and she was a Mexican female. They were having sex during basketball games in his van behind the building, like up there at the schoolhouse.
And everyone knew that?
Well, everybody knew about it whenever they saw a van rocking back and forth and went to investigate and saw what was going on. I mean, there was like 150 people maybe at the whole school. You notice things like that. But, it was, it happened, but I wonder if is this stuff happening more now, or is it just reported more now?
That's why I'm asking.
24-hour
That's why I'm asking your opinion, because it's clearly happening more now, and the severity and the intensity that we're seeing, again, and such a discrepancy in the ages. Where sometimes, again, you'll have a 30-year-old and she'll have a gangbang with a bunch of 14-year-olds. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
And more often than not, they are usually attractive women that could get laid. It's not even like
they're already married. Sometimes they have kids,
right?
Like
it's like, what is mentally wrong with you that you need to do this?
You throw your whole life away and you ruin your family's reputation for what?
Mm-hmm.
But more importantly, what was the motivation? What did you think you were going to accomplish? What were you getting in life? More importantly, if you had all this stuff available to you, how damaged were you to think you didn't have something in your life that you had to go rape a kid? That's what you did. You raped a fucking kid.
Well,
Well,
I mean, I'm wondering who's advance for it. Is it the teacher or is it the kid? Like,
It's always the teacher that initiates it. There's no question when a guy does it, but
you have
woman
to
does it, you're
you
gonna
have to
question
assume
the kid. Oh, the kid fucking
the
used her.
adult
You
has to
kidding
assume
me?
responsibility. Bottom line.
Yeah, I have to agree there.
oh
No, I
yeah,
mean, just by age alone, even the obviously the horny. There's no horny teenage boy in America that if an attractive older woman teacher or not is hitting on him. I mean, we've all been teenage boys. You got hard thing. If you smell perfume, it took nothing back then to just go off.
Light breeze.
So could you imagine? Yeah, a light breeze could just touch your crotch and you almost cream your britches. And it's a you can't blame the kid. I mean, put yourself in that situation. If the
But
attractive teacher wants to,
that actually goes to
know.
what's called an elevated duty of care. The cops have
Yes,
it, firefighters have it.
yes,
You are put in a position of power. You have certain
yes,
abilities that you can do that don't have the same scrutiny immediately as another person or a normal person, but you're still held to a higher degree of judgment because you have so much authority. And
right.
just like when a cop goes ugly and does things that are totally anti what they stand for, and they in the oftentimes, or not oftentimes, but the rare times they get held accountable for that same shit. The teachers, the same thing is that you it doesn't matter if the kid's horny, doesn't matter if you're horny, you are in a position
Right.
where it's like, you know what, even if you didn't have a family, kid, wife, and all that, or husband and all that, it's not right. So you recognize, okay, the kid's fucking hormonal. Obviously I'm attractive and he's, raging on me, but it's not going to go any further than that. That's my responsibility. I'm here to teach, right? That's what I talked about earlier when I started the show, is that why are people not interested in these teachers, I should say, actually willing to teach, all this stuff rather than promoting, again, this degenerate propaganda and stuff about diversity and fucking gay rights and all this sort of shit.
Well, if
So
you listen to the administration that's leading our country, all of them will just tell you that white supremacy is the greatest threat to this nation. Of course, don't you know? Because it's just doing all of the bad things. It's not
there's
everything else.
powers in New York that I don't think would agree with that sort of
Right,
thing if we're still standing. But
right. But it's all of those black people committing crimes is just white supremacy, and all of the pedophiles and all the bad things that are out. It's white supremacy. It doesn't matter where it comes
speaking of anybody's last name that ends in Berg or Steen or Stein, it's quite funny actually that okay, so Trump's a felon. When are we going to get the list of Epstein's clients? I mean, after all, we
from.
know that
Right.
Ghislaine Maxwell is guilty of trafficking. We know that Epstein, supposedly, dead, was involved with this. When are we going to find out who was in the black book?
I thought
You
the
know,
list
the
was out.
judge that the judge in that case decided to seal those records, so we can't. Not one person on that client list, that whole Ghislaine Maxwell nonsense. We
Ghislaine?
did any
Ghislaine
did
Maxwell.
any of y'all ever even see anything more than a courtroom drawing of Ghislaine Maxwell in her orange jumpsuit? Because I never did, and I was paying attention. So I'm starting to wonder if that case even happened whatsoever. But that's just my conspiratorial brain, thinking outside of the box here. But Trump's got to become a felon for his lawyer mislabeling funds that went to a lawyer for a perfectly legal NDA.
Hold on. You know
at
what?
the-
I'm a little. I guess I'm the oldest one on the call here, but I'm starting to remember something about Bill Clinton paying hush money
Yeah,
to the at least
yeah.
seven
Oh,
different women, 7
Yeah.
different women in a span of 4 years. To keep his infidelities
Well,
private, and I don't
don't you know
remember
it's
anything about fucking trials.
don't you know it's only illegal to. I mean, okay, Trump slept with a porn star. Who cares? JFK, Clinton, God knows what Obama and the rest of these people. They're powerful
Who
people.
assaulted fucking Marilyn Monroe? Let's
I mean,
get that shit straight.
I wouldn't sleep with Stormy Daniels because you probably catch third world herpes you can't wash off. But that's beside the point. But the man did it. Okay, who cares? He paid her off. He paid off an NDA years ago. The statute of limitations had ran out years ago on this charge. He should not even have been in the courtroom for this. It was all nonsense.
And
It's just ridiculous.
people are comparing this to the Vince McMahon thing, or if all his.
Why?
Well, because
No, this is too different. No. But now Vince McMahon needs to watch out because the FBI is looking into his situation. They even asked,
They got the
what's her
Department of
face?
Justice on his ass now.
The
The
D-
Department of
uh,
Justice on his ass as
The
well.
FBI had asked Janelle Banks to basically hold off so they can look into this. So
yeah, I'm covering this on my show
McMahon might
tomorrow,
be.
by the way.
What's that?
I'm covering this exact topic on my show tomorrow. So,
Sweet.
Fighting Words podcast. Be sure to check
Okay.
it out.
I'll-
Yeah.
I didn't know you did a wrestling. You do a wrestling show?
Yep. It's
Right.
news of
Okay.
many different platforms, but we do highlight AEW.
Oh no. Well, of course you're an AEW fan. I did not expect that. I didn't know you did. Okay, that's cool. Either way, Vince McMahon,
You're not subscribed without telling me you're not subscribed.
I'll just tell you about. Dude, I'm subscribed to like 2 channels. I'm barely on any of this crap anymore. The only reason I get this from Casey is because Casey sends me the link. Otherwise, I pay no attention. But it is what it is. Either way, Vinny Mac might be trading in his Armani suit for a prison jumpsuit. But we'll
and
see.
I got to ask you again. Great timing, Tex. Because so we've obviously had this set up for Trump, right? Now we
Right.
also know about the alliances that he had with McMahon and his wife, McMahon's wife, being involved and so forth.
She
Do you
was
not find this a little bit coincidental that they go after
course.
Trump? They're also going after Vince McMahon, and I'm not we already know Vince is dirty. Okay,
Oh yeah, God.
whether or not Janelle was in on it or may have been trafficked, I don't know, but we already know the dirty stuff. But
She was
I
not
just
sex
find it-
trafficked. They slapped that term on there and
All
really
I'm
stretched
saying-
it out.
All I'm saying is, despite that, that Vince deserves some sort of comeuppance and to address what has really created a toxic environment in the past and in the back. I also think that it's being done at this time in this way because we get the same thing with Trump, because there's a clear political plan to go against Trump and all his allies. And I find the timing too coincidental. So
Look at what's happening to Alex Jones right now. Tonight was probably his last broadcast.
really,
Like, have you kept up with all the stuff that he's been going on with?
I've been
No.
in the last little while just tuning in once in a while, but I know that he was saying it might be coming to an end, but
Yeah, well, short version of the story. Obviously, the whole Sandy Hook thing. They wanted like over $1 trillion, like $1.25 trillion.
I think it got
They threw some.
I think it got to 3 trillion at one point.
Yeah, they threw some nonsense number out there. Well, obviously, Alex Jones
He was
does
gonna
not
be-
have that kind of money.
Yeah.
So the deliberating back and forth going on, he files bankruptcy, this, that, and everything else. Well, the courts have raked him over the coals for everything.
That's another
And-
yeah.
Yeah, the people that basically the court had installed these people within the free speech organization, which that's what his company is called. It's not InfoWars. That's just the show title. Free Speech Systems, I believe, is his actual LLC name. And pretty much they've been running his show. And he showed the proof the other day. They flat out said, if you'll just come out against the Second Amendment and just basically be a good boy, we'll leave you alone. But he refuses to. And the CRO, the chief, I forget what the R stands for. I can't remember right now. Either way, the guy that the court appointed to basically run InfoWars for them during this bankruptcy stuff he tried to see what was it? He filed a paper in the court the other day. Basically, it was a vote of no confidence in Alex Jones. How he was bad at this, not capable of all of these things. And then today, he threatened to basically padlock the doors. And Alex Jones had to sleep inside of the InfoWars building last night. He was in there all day streaming today. And tonight, if you go on Rumble, it's all there. You can watch it all. You get all the details. It's actually worth watching. Huh?
I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, no, he streamed. He started at 10 a.m. Central this morning, and he even tells the guy's name that filed this false paperwork of like a vote of no confidence in Jones, and how Jones this guy threatened to just pull the plug on the entire deal. And it's funny, this happens within the week that Trump gets took down and Vince McMahon is going on.
Yep.
When you start looking at this stuff, this is not on accident, people.
Yep.
They are coming for your freedoms, and they're not even being bashful or creative about it anymore. They're just saying, screw you, do what we say, take our poison, or die. That's your only option.
And they're making examples of this because these people
Yes.
are in front of the media so that you, the little
Yes.
person, knows that you're next and that you better comply.
Right. Well, if it was not for Alex Jones in 2016, Trump would not have been elected. I mean, Trump even came out and said that. I mean, Jones was instrumental in getting him into the White House. And his audience is huge. Why do you think that they had to pull him off of YouTube and try to get you to forget that he ever existed? And then, Musk buys Twitter and brings him back, and he gets even bigger than he was the first time. I mean, Vince McMahon, we know he's a dirtbag, but I don't think he sex trafficked that girl. She knew what she was getting into. And I mean, I'm not a McMahon defender. I don't really care. But what's going on with him and Trump and Joe, they're going after this for the political agenda. It's nothing else. It's disgusting.
I definitely would hope they would have that on TV, because I would be interested to watch that trial.
Have what on TV? The McMahon?
The Vince McMahon, Janelle.
I bet that's a closed court. I mean, just like all of these things are.
Well, they're trying to do that now, where they're trying to have it closed court and everything. So,
has Vince McMahon even been seen lately? I have seen nothing of him.
I'm not sure. I've seen photos of him recently, but
I have.
I don't know how recent it was. I think he was wearing a hat and he had the pedo mustache. So we'll see.
Well, he had that whenever. I mean, he's had that mustache for a while. But
yeah. Let's see, image. I'm trying to find
that mustache. He looks like an evil Walt Disney.
I mean, actually, it was funny. God, what's that boss from Street Fighter 2?
M. Bison?
Yeah, M. Bison.
I have no idea.
My best friend made him look like M. Bison, but it looked amazing. But I
haven't seen M. Bison, but I have seen a lot of putting him in like black and white films from like the 50s, would that look like? Putting a cigarette in his hand and, putting like like an old noir film kind of thing on it.
This is back when they officially announced that they were going to sell it. Like, look at that.
Yeah.
Like, that's
Well, yeah.
really small.
Of course, there he looks fine because he's got the cheek filler and all of the plastic surgery crap done immediately. But I didn't know if anything more recent had been, whatever.
He looked
I don't know.
better there than here. Like, this is obviously when he was still able to.
Now, I don't know much about this. Y'all might know more than me. I was listening to the radio the other day, and it was about this McMahon thing. And apparently, like I said, y'all will have to fill me in here if you can. If this goes down a certain way, WWE would not be allowed in certain states. Like, what is this?
I didn't hear about that, but I heard the opposite.
Never heard about that.
If WWE helps McMahon win his case, that it's not that he'll have a stake in the company again, but like you might start seeing him like maybe on TV once in a blue moon. They're gonna, they'll won't like have his name banned from the company anymore and stuff like that.
Well, did they ever bring back Brock Lesnar? Because I mean, wasn't he cleared?
I don't know if Lesnar was cleared yet, but
he's not cleared by their legal team.
Right, but I also heard WWE.
I could have swore I heard he was cleared.
He's not cleared. He was cleared of he was made innocent from like certain charges that he was involved in, but he wasn't cleared by the legal team on an official return, even though he's still under contract.
There we go.
Even after all this, the man is still under contract with WWE.
Oh, that's funny.
Look at
Yeah,
that.
I don't know. I haven't seen any wrestling since Mania, so I don't know what's been.
Texas.
The only news I get is from y'all or catching, here or there or whatever. But I don't know.
You see that? Texas?
I don't know. It's just, oh yeah, that's great.
He's dressed up as Zen Bison right there.
I don't know. I still say evil Walt Disney fits better than M. Bison. I guess it will. But I don't know. It's obviously the political agendas are. I mean, the election's not even till November, y'all. I mean, hell, let's see, when's the first debate is June or July or no. Trump gets arraigned in July. The first debate is in June, as of now, anyways. And then, yeah, I mean, we've got a long way to go for this thing breaks down. I don't think we have an election. I'll be real honest with you. I don't think it happens. I think we'll be shooting nuclears at one another before that point. But you
think Biden's gonna get it easily because that Trump is gonna lose again?
But hold on,
I don't
even before then. But Tex, do you think we get nuclear war before?
I think it's possible. Well, look at what they've been saying about putting foreign troops on Ukraine on Russia's border. What do you think Putin's going to do when that happens?
He ain't gonna
He's going to shoot. He's going to shoot first and ask questions never is what he's going to do. I think it comes down to it. I really and truly do. I think we are so close to a World War III scenario. We don't even realize it.
I mean, it's been looking bleak for years now. I mean, like since Biden took over.
We've given Ukraine so much guns, ammunition, and money that we've literally killed off any of their fighting age men. Now they're giving guns to retards and senior citizens. So they got to use somebody else's troops now. Why do you think all of these talks about drafts being put back in place around the world and everything else? It's, what would we do if Mexico had troops like that? Basically, just switch us with Russia. What would we do under a competent leader? We'd shoot too. I don't blame Putin for doing what he's doing here. I'm not saying I'm a fan of the guy, but you know what? If I could vote for him or Biden, let's go Putin. At least he's competent.
Yeah, I mean,
You know
God.
what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Like,
See, the
I
thing
think
with
there's
Putin is that you know that he has his nation's interest in
Yes.
highest regard, as opposed
Yes.
to Biden, who is totally allowing, knowingly, and laughing
Yes.
at everyone, the country to fall apart.
Putin has the balls and the backbone to get up there and call out this trans agenda crap. He gets up there and says that this Muslim garbage ain't going to fly in his country. You don't see that. Russia has the nationalism that we should have over here. And all that simply means is he has pride in what his country is. They haven't given up their traditions like we have in the West. so
Saddest
easily.
part is that America wasn't always that way. There was a time in the 80s
Yeah.
where, again, every street would be lined with fucking flags. Like, it was part
Right.
of pop culture because you'd see it in every movie, every TV show, every
Yes.
ad. And there was a pride in America, which doesn't exist
Why do you
anymore.
think? Why do you think Hulk Hogan said, "I'm a real American"? That was like the theme song of the '80s. That was the song. I mean, it fits perfectly. It's Putin is he's a man that is willing to do what's necessary. Vilify him if you have to, but he will stand up for his land and its traditions. Joe Biden is more than happy to take a knee for George Floyd and Black Lives Matter and lick the boots of these just replacements that they're trying to walk into this country. And they're doing it. And you wonder why we suck. We've already lost this. We have been invaded for years and they didn't have to fire a shot and they took this country. It's disgusting.
well, we're in pretty bad shape as it is. So, like,
Well, and it's
how
not
much-
just America. Canada is too. Look at the Chinese population that has invaded Canada, and now, what's his face, blackface up there is wanting to bring the Muslims in over there too. It's ridiculous. We have not just given away our birthright, we pissed on it and burned it.
yeah, I mean,
What's the problem here?
honestly, I mean, you can't tell. I don't know. You could tell the big difference between America now and 20 years ago. I mean, God, like, it's like night and day.
I remember when I was, say, 7, 8, 9, maybe even 6, but 7 for sure. Going out and then staying out all day with friends and stuff, traveling around the neighborhood, adventuring, imagining, until it was time, come back home. We'd come back maybe for lunch or something, or we might have some money to go, and get something, but we wouldn't come back until it was dark. Essentially, it was dusk, and the lights came on. So but that's the thing though, is like kids adventuring like that. You don't see that no more. I remember again that seemed to be common when I was doing it back in the 80s, but you don't see that no more.
Even in the
I
mid
think-
2000s, when I was a teenager, we were still doing things like that.
But a teenager, what about 6, 7, 8-year-olds? Again, brothers and friends and all that, just a gaggle of kids.
Out in the 90s and stuff like that. Yeah, in 2000s, we were doing that, but not anymore.
You said you were teenagers. But that's the thing. I'm talking about a younger age. Do you?
Yeah, no, I know what he's talking about because it was the same way for me. In the 90s, I mean, I was born in the late 80s. I was a 90s child. That's what, when I was
Sorry,
developed.
that's what I'm getting at.
Whenever we were younger, like on Halloween, they just turned us loose. Just go, okay, come back. I mean, it wasn't like we were going far anyways. But it was like, the Goonies or all of those. Well, no, I'm just using Halloween as the example, but we did it on a regular basis is what I'm saying. we would just go. I mean, we would walk like in the summertime when school was out. We'd go to the Dairy Queen, get a burger or whatever. We'd walk to here, go maybe do this, that, and other thing. It was a different world that you were allowed to develop on your own and learn. Now you have to have 15 tracking devices before mom will let you leave the house. But
Well, it's not only that, but the
You
internet. The internet is such a big part of everyone's lives these days that nobody just wants to go out anymore.
That's true.
why do you think the smartest people in the world don't even let their young children have technology? What was that, Steve Jobs, the guy, that guy or whatever?
Well, but I will interject with this is that oh fuck, now I lost my train of thought. Jeez.
Well, while you're
What were you
thinking about that, like I think partially that's got to be the parents though too. It's like how, like you said, text was it you? Like you said, you have to have 15 different tracking devices before you let the kid go out. Like God, like yeah, you don't like. I can understand watching your child, like if it's a kid or a little baby, yeah, but then like you're like 8 or 10, like you're supposed to let them go out and have fun. You
Yeah,
don't
but
have to.
Well, of
you
course.
don't see that. You don't see that at all. And also, you do see videos, for example, of people trying to snatch up kids these days. You know, like obviously we back in the day knew don't talk to strangers, don't go to a fucking van where they're
Yeah.
offering you free candy sort of thing. But like, you know, you nowadays again, human trafficking has been exposed, and we're starting to see that like this gets captured on cameras and kids get snatched up and shit. But that
Mm,
certainly wasn't happening when me and my friends were just walking through the neighborhood and stuff, having fun, and it was just a bunch of us, and nobody fucked with us. Like a lot has changed.
Well, I can remember whenever we've been. Now, of course, I was in a very small town, middle of nowhere kind of situation. We didn't have a lot of people, but like my mom would always, or my dad or whoever would always. There was one guy that we were always told to stay away from, but nobody would ever tell us why. He was like a mechanic or something. I forget what he did, but we were always told stay away from that guy. He's bad news. He's trouble. And we, okay, whatever. We never thought twice about it. I mean, who gives a shit? It's one dude. Turns out he was, sex pervert. He was a pedophile type dude. And, that, that's just how they handled it back then. We didn't handhold everybody. They entrusted us to basically, hey, don't be an idiot. Don't get molested and kidnapped. Supper's at 6, but
Nowadays, you see
different now.
freaking small children with smartphones. It's ridiculous.
right. Oh,
that's enough.
by the time kids are 2 years old, they're operating iPhones and crap.
See, but also
Disgusting.
the elite are also very aware with the word gameplay, because smartphones really are just making dumb people, and that's
smartphone stupid
the
people.
thing.
Yeah.
People are just buried in their phones. They'll walk across the street without even looking. And then we got these great YouTube videos showing these idiots that do that, and then they get fucking slammed by a car and fly 30 fucking feet or more.
I'll take it a step back even further. I'd say calculators were the first step to that, because once I got a calculator in my hand, I forgot how to do math. I'll be real honest with you. I probably couldn't sit down and do a math test on paper. Probably
I've been
right
meaning
now.
to ask you if you did grow up next to a fucking oil pumping station. It sounds to me like, again, such simple things like math that it must have been the fumes that sort of
Hey,
affect.
well, I will say, I do live in the middle of the Barnett Shale, which I live in oil country. I mean, it's all over the place down here. Casey knows what I'm talking about.
Texas.
But yeah, I mean, everybody, like, if you own land down here, you make money off of it just from the oil rights alone. Now we don't make as much as we used to. We used to make a real good, piece of, chunk of change off of that. But
But
you
you
know,
got
when I
a steady stream of income that supports
yeah,
you.
it is a regular monthly check that comes to the house if you own the water and or oil rights, the mineral rights for the stuff that's underneath your property. But that's why I mean a lot of people down here will sell land, but they hold on to those mineral rights because that can bring you a buku of money. Back in like 2006 to 2008, right before everything kind of burst, people were buying up land just for the mineral rights because the checks that Chesapeake and all these oil drilling places were giving were stupid money, thousands of dollars every month. But basically, what Chesapeake did was they bought up everybody's rights and capped off so much of it and just sat on the profits and just paid less than they used to. But you know, people didn't like that too well. But yeah, I mean, it was a whole thing. You
Oh, uh, I mean, I didn't. We don't see a lot of oil around here. I mean,
how do you
Oklahoma.
not see? Oh, you're in the same crap that I am.
Yeah,
Oklahoma's just as full.
yeah, but like I very rarely see like one of those oil rigs. They're like here and there.
I've got
Every
them. There's one about maybe a mile from my place, maybe a mile and a quarter. I mean, not too far at all. So yeah, not that hard.
but,
I mean, they're everywhere these days.
but I'm like, I was wondering how much they make. I'm like, I thought if you
Well,
own land,
look
you
at the
own.
market. How much the price of oil varies. I mean, our whole economy is based on it, Casey. You might want to pay attention to that. Whatever.
Well, I thought if you own the land, I thought that pretty much
Oh, I
own
thought,
mineral. I thought you own
You
everything like that.
no, you can own the land without owning the rights to the
so
stuff
adorable.
underneath.
Well, I mean, it's not like I went
Casey,
out like.
don't ever buy real estate on your own. You will get
Oh,
June quickly.
I just
All
thought
right?
that there was no
Right.
interest.
I mean,
I just figure, hey, I own this property. Like, I'd be like,
It's a little more.
yeah, no, you can own that property, but what's underneath it's going to be somebody else's because they're smarter.
Mineral rights are exclusive.
Yeah.
And,
Right.
oh, Casey.
well, I mean, I didn't actively like went and look about it.
Back in the day, I actually worked. Well, I mean, I was like everybody else. I worked in the oil field stuff. That's what everybody did because you made. Shoot, I was like right out of high school making like $35 an hour because it was oil field, and that was low money. But I was friends with the guy that he was the salesman. Basically, he would go to the people who owned the rights to these different minerals, and it was his job to buy those rights, or not buy them, or lease them, or whatever. And he had this one customer that just refused to sell to him. He was holding out for a better price, and there was this gigantic vat of oil under the ground that they really wanted to drill, but they had to get this guy's piece to get to it. But he found a way because, like, when they drill, it's not always just drilling straight down. They drill sideways. They get creative
Yeah.
with it. This guy like screwed him for like a year, like kept him like he wouldn't sell. So finally he came up with the plan of, okay, well, here's how we're going to drill. They got the oil, and that guy never saw a dime of it because he wouldn't play ball. So he lost out on all that money because he just cashed
What
into.
stupid ass.
Oh, he's an idiot. Oh, they threw hundreds of thousands of dollars at this guy, and he was an old codger who thought he was smarter than everybody else. And by the time he sold, it was pennies on the dollar for what it used to be. So, yeah,
Uh,
it was a whole thing.
that's like you figure if you're getting offered that hundreds of thousands of dollars, you're like,
Oh, it's ridiculous.
I'm gonna do it. Like, I'll sell it. I mean, like, are they gonna have a big rig or have one of those oil pump things? Is that like? I know
Well,
they.
it depends on the size of what they're pumping out. If it's just something smaller and it's a pump station, they don't have the gigantic. Those gigantic rigs move, but then they'll bring in like the smaller pump stations that they just monitor or whatever. But you know, it varies on how much product they're getting out of the ground. It's a whole thing. But
Well, I
do
mean,
do y'all not have oil up there in Canada, or like where you're at?
What's that?
I said, do they not drill up there in Canada where you're at? I know Canada's got a good bit of oil.
No, I'm glad that you bring that point up. Is know that Justin Trudeau has forbidden all future drilling on major products,
Really?
projects, especially
Wow.
getting those to America. We had all those
Yeah, the
projects
whole Alaska
both handled
pipeline.
by
Yeah.
Trudeau and by Obama, but that was going to
Well,
get clean oil, not dirty blood, Saudi oil money,
right.
to both North America, America and Canada, and Trudeau shut that shit down. So we have the East
Well,
Coast, which again, they made them the poor provinces. They have to rely on government subsidies, but literally off the coast of these provinces, you have literally some of the greatest natural gas and petroleum deposits on the planet. Canada, I think, is second or third when it comes to total petroleum deposits and natural gas in the world. It has so much fucking resources that it could be one of the richest countries in the world, and yet we still have veterans who are homeless, and we have fucking Indian immigrants that are being imported to the point where there clearly is a plan, not a conspiracy, to replace the dominant population.
of course, it's happening. The entire West is being invaded. I mean, we've been outnumbered for years. Unfortunately, I mean, I don't think there's any way of fixing it now. I mean, well, there is a way to fix it, but it's going to be a mess. But I'm not, I'll keep that one to myself. But no, it's sad to see what this country's, what the what Western culture has become. We have cooked ourselves, or we have allowed ourselves to be cooked into submission, and while everybody else gets to be whatever they want to be, but not us, because we have to be, accepting and tolerant. The minute a society becomes tolerant of everybody else's bullshit, now it's going to get even worse. Where do you think all these Palestinians are going to go? With Israel bombing the hell out of Gaza, Israel don't want them there. Who do you think's going to take the Palestinians? I bet I know where they go.
Can I say one thing? Is that I think the whole Israel thing is a ruse for them to make their opinions known, because they've done in the past. But more importantly, is that their interest really is just what Islam says, is the total domination of the planet. So they can say, "Oh, that right now our grievance is Israel," but again, their grievance will always be, "We do not control the West. Once we do, we control the 5 pillars of Islam, and as such, we have conquered the world," as said by our pedophile leader.
Well, America is nothing but Israel's pit bull. Let's be honest. That's all they've been for a long time.
And Europe.
Oh, defend us. Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Well, the UN, NATO, all that shit. We've been the world's watchdog on our dime for way too long.
Oh yeah.
It is so. I don't know.
Again, look at what America did with the Marshall Plan. So few people seem to remember that, is the amount of money they poured into Germany to keep it from going commie. It could have done a lot for American society, but they did it.
Look at how much money Israel has. Why do we need to keep giving them a dime? Somebody want to tell me that?
Yeah, why
The-
do we have to give anyone money? Like we should just be pumping money into us, not into
Well,
other countries.
I'll tell you why. Because all of these bleeding heart Christians, Genesis blah blah blah, or is it Exodus 22? I forget where it says in the Bible. If you don't bless Israel, you're basically cursed. The Jews use that on you stupid Christians to keep siphoning your money. You don't have to bless somebody by going broke. Pray for somebody. Oh, wish you the best. Bless you. That's all you got to do. Stop bending over and taking
it's
it
a
from Israel.
misinterpretation of
Stupid
the word
Christian.
Israel. And
They have made a mockery out of what this is. I was driving through town the other day and I saw this big, awesome looking church, brand new looking building, these glass windows, and they have like an LED board outside that advertising and stuff. And they had this gigantic America. It was a half America flag, half Israel. And I wanted to just drive through that son of a bitch. I just wanted to just ram right through it. I was pissed because it's just like this is the propaganda in my home. Like this is where I'm at. Like I see it for what it actually is. Johnny and Susie dumbass that just give their tithe every month. That's going right over there. We are funding this nonsense.
yeah, and
I don't like.
it's important that we remember that there were dancing Israelis
Yes.
on 9/11.
But don't say that. You'll go to prison. Because the chosen people have to be protected by God.
Israel does not love America, and they've said it in their own words.
Benjamin Netanyahu is as bad as that Zelensky idiot. Even his own, what's his popularity, like 20-something%? Even his own people don't want him being the leader. Netanyahu's a war criminal. He was in there with Tony Blair and Bush Jr. He's bad news. Like some of you people need to wise up, start looking into crap, because this world's gone to hell. Like we are dangerously close to just ending it all. It is scary how close we are.
Well,
if what you say is going to happen, or possibly could happen later this year, Tex, we're looking at less than another 6 months left to live.
It is. I don't think I'm stretching too far by saying we could be on
free will, and because of that free will, we get to choose what is right, and what is right is to try to prevent such a war.
Right. And the man that's trying to do that, they just made up 34 felonies to charge him with because he doesn't want to play ball with these New World Order idiots.
But again, I just find it so interesting that people don't see how Trump's conviction will affect them. And I point back at saying this guy had it all, didn't even have to run for president, has billions, has a good brand. People like him, and he made $50 million in one day because people were pissed off with this verdict. They're ignoring that if it can happen to Trump, what do you think will happen to you? You might at most get a fucking shallow grave, if not just having your body parts picked apart by fucking some scavenging animals while your body rots on the side of the street after being shot by the cops and nobody's held accountable. We are at that point right now. We literally are at that point.
Well, they said, I guess they're saying that he's not going to see any time. So,
no, dude, you really don't think they went through all this effort to slap 34 felonies on him? Trump's going to prison. It might not be for a long time, but I guarantee you will see Trump going to prison.
It might be symbolic as well, where they're just like, look, let us exert this effort. And then, the next day the judgment is like, this guy shouldn't have been in fucking jail in the first place. Get him out. And he's out. And then there's like a big fucking photo shoot after that. But this whole thing is it's a sham. It's a stage.
It's a show trial.
Yeah. And more, it's a show trial. And they do want to do this, but there's levels to this. the upper elite know that this is going to lead to such a fucking backlash that it's going to disrupt and destroy the people on the left. But that's what they need so that they can institute this martial law and stuff. But you've got the lower level leftists who are thinking, oh, we can just keep pushing this shit. Oh, let's just, again, laugh at Trump getting arrested for these crimes, not realizing, hey, fuckers, now you, for lesser crimes, can be just disappeared by the fucking
Well,
paramilitary police.
I
They
will
don't-
say this
they don't
in
get it.
warning for anybody who uses social media. You got to watch out for provocateurs trying to set off stuff. If you're on Twitter, Instagram, whatever it may be, and you see people talking about, hey, isn't 1776 starting to look real good right now, or anything similar to that, you stay away from that person, because that's what happened on Jan 6, and we all saw what happened with that. There are still people sitting in prison right now just being held for no reason, and they did nothing wrong. You got to be real careful.
These provocateurs often glow. So you can, if you're paying attention, you can see what they're doing and you can see what they're
Right.
calling for, because they do try to encourage other people. Same thing is happening in Canada is, you have these government agencies that have no crime, so they've got to create it. So then they'll jump online,
Of course.
pretend to be supremacists, try to recruit people, and their operation just
What
falls
was
flat.
that? What was that bitch's name in Michigan? Whitmer?
Yes.
Gretchen Whitmer.
Oh, yes. The
that whole
assassination.
Yeah, that whole white supremacist group set up bullshit that went down or whatever. That was all nonsense as well. That was all agent provocateur and set up.
And
Also,
they'd actually said
secret-
that they had plans to assassinate her and stuff, and it turns out no, they were just agent provocateurs hired by the government
Yeah.
because they had no fucking criminals. Again, they keep saying white
No.
supremacy is the greatest threat to America. They can't find that, so what they're going to do is they're going
Of course they did.
And
A black man will commit a crime and somehow they'll bend over backwards and sideways to say, oh, well, if white society hadn't done blah, 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 this wouldn't have happened. Just
Well,
to blame whites.
a shooter like Nicholas Cruz would be defined as white, but again, Cruz, no, he's not
Well,
white. So there's a lot of
anytime a white dude does anything, they're more than happy to blast the news with it. If a
But
black
that's the
or a
thing,
gay
there's
or a
so many out
trans,
there when they've got to take Latinos and
Yeah.
Jews and make them look
Yeah.
like they're white and claim that this
Oh.
this person who perpetrated it was white. No, they were basically Jew, Hispanic, and under MKUltra programming. So
it's what's
I don't
sad.
know if y'all ever heard about this, but GoFundMe got in some trouble about a year ago for mishandling the funds because a trans couple were put in jail, but they didn't specify the reason why they were put in jail when they set up their GoFundMe.
sodomy.
They just needed bail money. One needed $5,000, the other needed $10,000. They were real close to getting out of jail. But
Double
until you find
sodomy.
out the reason they were put in jail.
Well, sodomy
Was
laws.
attacking it, which was trying to attack a political official in its own office.
Well,
That sounds kind of normal for somebody of that persuasion,
I'll say this.
because they're not really rational.
Even best case scenario, Trump beats this, gets presidency in November. It's not going to get any better. Look at what they did to him the first 4 years. What makes you think it's going to be any easier the second 4 when the same people are still hanging around? They're even more brazen than they used to be, and they don't care anymore. Trump can come in, talk big, say he's going to build the wall back twice as high as it used to be. And we're going to do X, Y, and Z. This system is broken. At this point, it's like putting a chandelier in a haunted house. Ain't nobody going to see it. It's gone too far.
Sadly, that's Totally correct. Like
It is.
sham. Like literally, the elections are a sham. The
It is.
candidates that they present you with are a sham. There's a deep state that will puppeteer their way to, even if there's independence, they'll puppeteer their way to make sure that these people fall in. Because if not, their family, their dog, them are just fucking utterly destroyed. There is like a
Yeah.
deep evil that infiltrates the highest levels of power on this planet.
The satanic pedophiles, and I know people make that jokingly, but that's true. That's what they actually are. Have corrupted this country for decades. And now they have complete and utter control. And unfortunately, we have to hold ourselves accountable because we let them do it.
Yep. Yep.
I don't like it any more than anybody else does, but
We have a fucking
You know.
puppet as president as well in this country.
I
So I
mean,
have a
Well,
question.
because
I
you know
heard
what
that if
the,
Trump
puppet
gets
you
elected
can-
again this year, that he could actually run for another term after his 4 years because he was impeached, so his term didn't count.
No.
And why was he? There's so many things he could have talked about because we all know. I won't say it because it's YouTube, Casey, but we all know what happened. On that night, Mr. 80 million votes, Biden. We know what happened. We saw the footage, so we know that basically the system's already broken because if that sort of thing again. Results that happen like this, it's called vitiation. It's basically because you know that it's false and it was corrupted, you go back to the beginning before an election was called because you realize, well, this whole thing was a fucking fraud anyways. We can't fucking trust it. Let's go back and call an election again and run like a proper government. Why did more people not stand up and complain about this? That's another thing. Some people could say,
well,
six all that. But why didn't
I'll tell you
why
what, people didn't stand up and
people
complain.
complain in the streets when it was
People
clear?
went to peacefully protest on Jan 6 and look at what happened to them. When the summer of love that happened just right about the same time and $2 billion worth of damage was done, and we're just going to let that go. That was mostly peaceful, so no worries. But a little bit of people get together to
None
just
of
show
that
their
shit
support for
that
the real
summer was
president.
peaceful.
Huh?
None of that shit that summer was fucking peaceful.
That's why it's funny to call it. That's why they say mostly peaceful. Keep up here, but
Mostly peaceful.
That's the funniest thing is that's an actual meme that was like what CNN
Yes.
put out. Their actual
that's what
graphic
CNN actually said. He's standing in front of a burning police station saying mostly peaceful.
amazing.
This is the problem.
And this is
the
literally
this is the
gaslighting.
gaslighting that we live in.
in real time.
Yes,
And
this
people
is the
don't get it.
gaslighting that we live in. People can look at something on fire. Oh, it's mostly peaceful. It's fine. No worries. We just torched the police station. It's whatever. It's all good.
And the media
it's not-
knows what they're doing. The media knows
Yes.
how to make headlines and all that, but they know what they're saying. They're laughing
Exactly.
at people when they say shit like that and put up actual graphics. They make the effort to show that, like mostly fiery, but mostly peaceful. They know what they're doing and they're laughing at you.
And just as insult to injury,
Biden stuttering is a superpower for him because
I'm going to ask this question to the class here, and y'all answer me if you know what this is. What does it mean to fly a nation's flag upside down?
Distress.
Okay, so you obviously know what this. You're an intelligent man. Apparently, the people on the left didn't realize. Oh, this has been a thing for a while because once all this Trump stuff was going down, people on the right were doing that because this nation has been overrun. It's being corrupted on every level. We've never been in more distress than we are right now. And these people are freaking out because they're too stupid. They didn't even realize that that's been a thing since, the 1800s. This has always been a thing. It's what ships did to let you know what was going on. This is the symptom of what we live in these days.
I
Ridiculous.
honestly did not know that. Like,
Are you serious?
Yeah, I did not know. I mean, I
Holy
noticed, like,
crap.
I knew about, like, half-mast, like, that when someone really important dies, but, like, I did
I'll
not
be
It
know.
wearing
comes
my
from the days of the
full
ships
pass
where
and
it was,
passes.
if
Shit.
you saw a ship with their flag, inverted, oh, hey, that's not okay. That's not okay. We might need to go check on them. Something's going on. Or, the skull and crossbones, like flags meant something at that point. That's what we symbolize with them now. It goes back to that stuff.
I mean, I didn't know that. I mean, that's
White
something.
flag for surrender. Come on, man. Of course you
Yeah.
used.
Oh yeah, that the white flag, yes, but I didn't know about.
That's how people communicated through far distances when they were sailing sail ships with flags. Red flag, no quarter, no mercy. Like skull and bones, you better
Right.
cooperate or we'll kill all of you. Your flag upside down. It's distress.
Well,
Even to something like the OK hand symbol. These stupid idiots corrupted
Yep.
a generation that stood for white power. Even the simplest things.
well, some people, like, if you watch some of that footage, I mean, they are flashing that, like they pretty much took the okay.
Okay, well, if you run over me in your Chevy Tahoe, does that mean all Chevy Tahoes are bad?
No,
Same logic.
I mean, it was stupid that, like, the OK symbol been okay forever, and then it was just only.
That's
Yeah, and
that is the
diving is
national
used quite a
sign
lot.
of. That's the national sign of I'm not able to speak, but I'm all good. We're good. Let's go. That's what
Yeah.
that means.
like I didn't realize until later. Someone changed it to white power symbol.
That was
But
4chan.
But this is
You can blame
this
Poland.
is the communistic takeover of this country. They wipe out the history and replace it with whatever they.
That was
deem
the
fit.
revisionism that I was talking about earlier. Is that they'll
Yeah.
take something and just rewrite its history and then put it out there and hope that you believe it and ignore that
Yeah.
there was a previous story behind that.
well, that's what I was saying before. Is like I'm afraid what they're putting in history books nowadays, like what's been taken out of.
Okay, but Casey, you know the saying, history is written by the victors. Now,
True.
if you really look at what that statement says, is that those that lost, even if they were right, doesn't matter anymore because the victors get to choose to write reality as they want. So it could be wrong, but
Kinda
that's
like
something that we
WWE.
got to realize is
The
that
whole
in the
thing was
past,
stored for WCW. They'll
Well,
spin
I-
it as much as they want.
I think Tex knows what I'm saying, but bottom line is
No,
that
I get exactly what he's saying. No,
if
there's
you,
only
you go ahead.
there's only two ways to say this. I'll say culture, considering we're representing two nations here. Number one is that bloody way that none of us really want, but probably necessary. The other way is going to be a lot harder, but we all of us on the right side of this that see life for how it actually is, we need to be getting involved on our town councils, our school boards, any small level position that we actually have the capability of influencing and getting to, maybe even as high as the mayor of your town, if you have that kind of pull. This is how we affect our society, how we make sure our kids' school books aren't turned into communistic propaganda, whatever it is. That is the only peaceful answer. Getting politically aware, getting involved, and not just, what's on Netflix tonight. I love movies more than anybody. Y'all know this, but I still make time to know that I'm politically aware. Listen to a talk show during the day. talk radio still exists, even though most people don't listen to it anymore. Find a podcast that you can learn.
I do.
There's so many things that you can learn from. Get involved on the lower levels. This is how we fight back. Get that, that communistic school board president out and take his job. Fire that Taylor Swift idiot teacher who's brainwashing your kids and put somebody in there that knows what the hell they're doing.
I mean,
This is how
Taylor
we
Swift
fight
is
back.
Taylor Swift is gonna be the cause of Civil War II, AJ. She's gonna be the cause of Civil War II amongst the kids.
Taylor Swift is just a symptom of a corrupt society that has gone so far that blonde idiots have more pull than the educated folks.
I mean, Cat Williams said it best. Some people have been planted into this country to lie to us, essentially, like Kevin Hart.
But she's no different. She's only the flavor of the month in a year or so, or once her overlords deem her, unfit and not useful anymore. Guess what? She goes the route of Britney Spears, and in 5 years she'll be crazy dancing with knives. Because guess what? Her MK Ultra programming finally zapped her brain, and now she doesn't know what 2 + 2 is anymore. That's what's going to happen.
Or she could be like Katy Perry and be in obscurity for the next 10 years.
Well, I mean,
who's heard from Katy Perry's music career as of late? Exactly my point.
By the way, Tex, I learned it wasn't just that one teacher. It's a whole set of teachers.
Of course it is.
I said one was a Harvard professor, dude. I heard one was a Harvard professor.
But that's my point is, Rome is burning. America has fallen too far to be saved. There's no draining the swamp. That's not realistic. It's not going to happen.
Right at the top.
We have to accept America's glory days are gone. They're not coming back, and Canada's right there with it. We're all in the same boat, and we're going to need a bigger one, as they say in Jaws. And
this boat is sinking.
The only thing that makes sense now: get out of your big cities. Look at New York. You couldn't pay me $1 billion to live in New York. Are you freaking kidding me? I hope to God Kent. I hope to God Kent. I haven't talked to Kenneth River, but I hope he has a plan because he might want to get out pronto. But
Tex, you may want to avoid St. Louis too. We're the #1 murder capital.
St. Louis. Hey, I'm way too white to be in St. Louis. There's way too many blackies over there, buddy. I ain't going there.
Exactly my point. No. Exactly my point. We're the #1 murder city in the country as of this year, and we're only 6 months.
I'd rather go to downtown Chicago on Saturday night than go to St. Louis, but no thank you. But either way,
talk about going somewhere.
Get out of the big cities. Find a small community. Get some preps going. Get a plan. Try to become self-sufficient is the only thing that you can do. Unplug as much as you can from society. That is the only thing that's going to save you. And maybe at best you'll just get to hold out a little bit longer than the rest of us will.
Well, I'm going to subside this a little bit. Talking about states or cities, are you still thinking about going to the Dallas Cowboy game sometime this year?
Assuming I can afford it. I mean, that's it's going to depend on that. I really want to go to a football game this year, but money's got to be right.
You will not catch me dead at a Battlehawks game. That's for damn sure. You will not catch me you will not even catch my corpse at a Battlehawks game. Even if they were to dig my ass up and put me in one, I would still find the ability to walk out of that fucking building.
Well, if you decide to go to Cowboys game, I'll definitely think about to get together with you, and I think it'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I mean, obviously there's 8 of them here at home, so I mean there'll be plenty of opportunity to try to make that
Yeah.
happen or whatever. But I will let you know what that looks like. Ticket price. I'll keep an eye on things. Like I said, I'm wanting to, and I'm like planning on it. I just have to make get funds. I basically got to get my money right. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
that's kinda what I'm
You know, I actually heard that there was a list of NC-17 films, and there was an original biopic about like Marilyn Monroe,
doing.
famous actress who slept with who allegedly slept with JFK. And I say
Oh,
yeah.
allegedly because in the film they depicted JFK sexually assaulting the woman in the movie.
It's you don't have to say allegedly. It's pretty obvious. It's a
I
known
mean,
fact.
they
JFK was hooking up
they
with
claim
her.
they claim the movie couldn't be released in theaters and it would only get the NC-17 rating because of the SAC. I'm like, so what? Put it in fucking theaters. And they and movie
Well, see,
theater companies
that's
are like,
weird
nope,
because
this one can't come in.
there are unrated films that get released all the time. I mean, I don't
That
see.
this
Now
was
they
an
don't get a
NC-17
wide.
film.
They don't get a wide release like a lot of other movies do, but unrated movies happen all the time.
Roger Stone did get a lot of people from the inside giving him information. So what he
Oh yeah,
put.
no, Roger Stone. I forget the name of his website, but go watch his stuff. He's
This Marilyn Monroe.
he's a
film.
smart guy. I mean, he speaks with Trump on a daily basis. I mean, they're tight. I mean, he was one of the dudes that got Trump elected. So yeah, he's
Oh, speaking of which, did
He's in the
y'all
know.
hear about one of the PR representatives for Grant in the Vince McMahon case being a former Trump administrative worker? That's one of
I
the
didn't
reasons
know that.
why it was put on hold as well. One of the other
I just
reasons
know it was
why the
put on.
case was put
I
on
know that the FBI had asked Janelle Banks's attorneys to hold off because they wanted to
hold. I thought it was
investigate
the
as well.
Department of Justice. I thought it was
Or
the
it may have been the department. It was some 3-letter agency or whatever. It may have been the DOJ. I don't know. But
it had
one of those governmental bodies is intervening on, I guess, their behalf. I don't really know. But yeah, with
They're the ones
Linda
that's being
McMahon
called.
being in Trump's cabinet, they're getting investigated, and
Apparently, Trump has been in recent contact with Vince as well. I heard too.
I haven't heard that. I don't know that.
I don't know about that. I mean,
I've
not
read that in
saying
the
he-
same report about the PR rep guy.
I mean, it's
I
not.
would have to see that from credible sources before I believe it. But, I mean,
Look up Brandon Thurston on Twitter. He does wrestling business talk.
I wonder where he gets that information. You figure, like,
It was
what
like one of his potential bombshell reports. It also explains why he also said in the same report why
considering all that Trump's been having to deal with lately, I kind of doubt him and Vince McMahon have time to hang out and talk. But I guess anything's possible.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Apparently,
exactly.
according to the report, they talked just last week. Apparently, they talked just last week, right before his right before the jury. Like,
even if they did talk, that's not illegal. I mean, anybody can talk to anybody. I mean, unless there's like papers that say stay 500 feet away or don't. Unless there's a no contact order, which there's not. So that's not breaking any laws or anything.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
Yeah, but with both of them kind of in trouble, you figured they wouldn't contact each other.
Just because they're in trouble doesn't mean you can't talk to an old friend. You
True.
probably want to get advice from the said old friend anyway.
Yeah, but if you need advice, you talk to a lawyer. You don't talk to.
I'll say this. Apparently, The people on the left never learn that lesson of people love a bad boy. Like why do you think
Yeah.
the the whole James Dean character, caricature, that stereotype of the cool guy that all the girls fall for and all the guys want to be, right? They made Trump into James Dean. Like people who hated Trump are now going to go vote for the guy just because they literally turned this guy into a martyr. They're going to have to whack him to keep him from getting the White House. Seriously, that is the only way.
It's definitely going to be interesting during this election.
I hope they send Trump to prison and he wins the White House sitting in a solitary prison cell. That'd be hilarious.
I would be
great.
able to run the country from prison, though.
That's right.
That'd be great. Could you imagine Trump is at Rikers Island and he gets President-elect Donald Trump is in cell C-65 right now? That'd be hilarious.
I think you and Rose the tweet in question, Casey, about Brandon Thurman from the PR thing, former Trump administrative PR rep.
I mean, we are living in times like we've never seen before, where the left will straight up come out and just attack anybody. They don't hide it. They're not covert. Their communistic, socialistic driven minds are so corrupted. They want your youth and they want power. They demand a whole month to praise them for what they put their dick in, and we bend over backwards to give it to them. I don't think it's any surprise that this is happening when it is. Just as a slap in the face. Our entire culture we have demolished it. We have sacrificed everything. Who would have ever thought Vince McMahon, just look at this from wrestling terms, would ever be in the shape that he is right now? Did anybody suspect that? Obviously, we knew Vince was a dirtbag, but did we ever think Vince would be where he is today? I didn't.
Nope.
I mean, what's next? Are they going to come out and say Jerry Jones did bad things and he can't be around the Dallas Cowboys anymore? What's next?
Didn't he do bad things that recently?
No. They tried to loot. Well, I know more about this than I'm allowed to say because I know people directly involved. He was attached to a stripper and possible fathering of a stripper's child, but I have to be lax on those details. But then they tried, during the whole race riots of the 60s, he was present. He was just there watching it go on at a college up at the University of Arkansas. They tried to tie him into all that, but it's whatever.
I remember seeing that too. I'm like, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was a bystander watching this. Like, he wasn't keeping black people out of class. He was watching this shit out.
Yep.
But
and speaking with
look at the comment.
Stripper's child.
AJ says Civil War II needs to happen. I don't want it to. I'm not gonna lie. Is it probably
child he had with the stripper, like the one alimony or something, like for child?
Yeah, there was a whole lot to it. Like I said, I know people. Maybe I can tell you offline. Like I said, I know more about this than I'm going to say, but it ended up being nothing, and it was whatever. But just my whole point is, we have allowed these idiots to destroy our culture. Look at the video games that y'all like to play. Well, look at all the diversity and the crap that has to be in y'all's video games. How do y'all feel about that?
Well, I play more Nintendo stuff, so it's not affecting the Nintendo game.
Well, I mean, Rose and Kratos, y'all play modern games, right? How do you feel about all the gay and the diversity and all that crap thrown into it? I mean, the DEI has affected the gaming stuff just as bad as everything else.
I didn't
Yeah,
notice
I
it
mean,
at
it's
first
certainly,
until like
certainly spreading like a plague. That's for sure.
I
Right.
didn't
That's what I'm
notice it
saying.
at first until I started playing Dragon Age Inquisition. I noticed that you could have like you can make when you made your character and then all the romantic storylines you could be a part of. You could be a part of straight, gay, and
Right.
by gay I mean male on male, lesbian relationships. I'm like, what the fuck happened? I'm like, what the fuck happened to this game?
Right. Well, this is what I'm saying. This
I
crap
don't
is
remember doing all
spread
this shit
everywhere.
like, Dragon Age.
You know, if you want to be gay, go be gay. I don't care. But I don't need you
mean,
corrupting everything else around you with your gayness. It's filth.
apparently,
It's disgusting.
I looked into it. Apparently, it's been around since the second game too, and that game came out in like 2011, I believe. 2009 for Dragon Age 2 was by far
Well, this is
everyone.
what I'm saying. It's
one.
the diversity, the inclusion, the representation. It's DEI is what it's called. It's diversity, equality, and initiative. I believe is what it stands for. And
Yep.
that's the slang term for we're gonna ruin your crap with gay stuff. That's basically what it means.
But here's the
And
thing. So in Inquisition, you could have like certain characters you could romance with, but certain characters you couldn't at the same time. 'Cause they
Right.
already okay.
Well, I
And some characters had a requirement you had to do to even get a romantic relationship with, which I thought was like,
well, this
what?
is what I'm saying. That they are literally shoving it down your throat. I mean, they started with TV in the '90s. Oh, like it was there before. Like if you go back to like Three's Company, where Jack had to be a gay man so he could live with the two ladies. Otherwise he was going to get kicked out of the apartment or whatever.
They even did it in Pokemon at one point. They did it in Pokemon.
But
Ash had to
it
dress up
really,
to even get
it
into a gym.
really got started with like Roseanne in the '90s and Friends.
really,
That's when it really hit hard. Like Roseanne was just nothing but gay crap for the last half of those seasons, and
are
it
you
got even worse.
That slob that
Hold on.
did
Dude, she's got one of the most annoying voices I've ever heard on television.
hold on.
even
Oh,
worse
I
than Fran
agree.
Dresner. You think she's worse than Fran Dresner?
Oh no, Fran Drescher will make your ears burst if you listen too close to it.
Yeah, but
Like,
I'd rather fuck her than Roseanne, though. Like
I would have to gag her. I would gag her with like a towel. Like you don't make a noise. Like no. Like I would make sure she was biting the pillow like as hard as possible.
If I had to screw Fran Drescher, she would have to have a ball gag in her fucking mouth.
Oh yeah, her voice is annoying as fuck too.
She'd have to be wearing a ball gag and some sub BDSM type of bullshit outfit.
See, by the way, I have a problem with that. Why is it a ball
What's that?
gag? And when, to me, it should be called a gag ball. I mean, that makes more sense if you ask me.
Well, does it really matter?
It doesn't.
No, I mean, I made that like I was talking to my brother years ago, and we were talking about the ball gag. And I was like, dude, you could use that for a gag ball. And he's like, Casey, it's ball gag.
It's easier to say ball gag than gag ball. Like your mouth has to work more to say gag ball.
Gag on balls.
You know what I mean? Ball gag just rolls off the tongue. So I don't know.
They have a different meaning as well.
Yeah,
either
but,
way,
I mean,
the gagging, both parts are equally represented. Gag and ball are there. Say it how you wish. Doesn't matter. But it is.
Either way,
This is
I
Casey
always
text.
thought
It has to be
Roseanne-
difficult all the time.
I
Right.
always thought Roseanne was just a fat slob blonde brunette that needed to lose weight. The whole time I was. Have
y'all ever seen the Nightmare on Elm Street Part 6? Freddy's
No.
Dead or whatever.
Yes.
Tom Arnold and Roseanne, they star in that movie for like 5 minutes, and they are just the worst versions of themselves. They are horrible in that movie. It is bad.
You have to remember there were like homophobic like things in Nightmare on Elm Street too. That was like late 80s as well.
No, Nightmare on Elm Street 1 came out in '84.
I said
2 was '85, I want to say. Maybe early '86.
Either way, mid to late 80s, there were like a bunch of like there was like some homosexual stuff in the movie where like the coach was a little bit too friendly with one of the characters.
Oh yeah, no. Nightmare on Elm Street 2 is the gay one. Like that is known as the gay Freddy movie. It had a final boy that Freddy wanted to get inside of, and it like, oh, it's bad, dude. It's so bad they've made documentaries about how bad that movie was. Like I'm not even kidding. It's bad.
I used to own every single Freddy movie on DVD. This besides the Jackie Earl Haley one, because that was dog shit.
See, that could have been a good movie.
Michael Myers Halloween, then watch a Jackie Earl Haley Nightmare on Elm Street movie.
The Jackie Earl Haley Nightmare on Elm Street movie could have been good if they did two things.
What?
Number one, they did not go with CGI pizza face Freddy. It should have been practical effects.
Right.
Because he looks like a frog man. Like the CGI is like fuzzy and weird and it looks like crap. And the second thing, they should not have pushed the pedo crap as hard as they did in that movie. They did not have to they did not have to do that.
They like truly revealed it at the end, but like my God, it was a train wreck.
See, if I were making that movie, I would have had it to have been where Freddy actually was innocent, and that's why he's going after the parents, because he was an innocent man and they burned him alive. That's what I would have done with it. But
In this version, they deemed him a guilty man that had a guilty teacher.
Oh, he was blatantly guilty. That's why he was torturing the kids before, because he wanted them to remember what he did to them. That's why that movie got criticized so hard. But the Nightmare on Elm Street could have been. I like the movie. Visually, it looks good. I like the cast. It's got some good jump scares in it. But like I said, if they just fixed the way Freddy looks and they take out that pedo crap, it could have been a good slasher. But too late.
But here's one thing. I noticed like right out of the gate the Rob Zombie Halloween films, the double feature that it was. If they didn't change two scenes, there wouldn't have been a sequel. Because remember, the original theatrical ending for Rob Zombie's Halloween, cops shoot Michael Myers to death. They changed that to where he shot Laurie Strode.
Laurie shoots him in the head in the first one. He gets shot by the cops in Halloween too.
Because I had this shit bootleg. That's how I know. This shit I had bootleg. Cops shot him after the fact that if it wasn't for Dr. Loomis trying to not get him to kill Laurie Strode, he's the one that kept the cops from killing him and Laurie Strode, even though after a while he claimed it was my fault. I'm the one that's responsible for letting all this happen.
You're talking about Dr. Loomis. That's what you're talking about.
Dr. Loomis stopped him from killing Laurie Strode in front of cops. As soon as he let her go, cops opened fire on him. And that's
you're mixing up Halloween 1 and 2 endings here. In the Halloween, because Rob Zombie's Halloween is my favorite movie. In the 2007 film, he recreates the original ending where Loomis has, it's Loomis, Laurie, and Michael, and Loomis is pleading for Laurie's life, whatever. They're right there in the swimming pool. Laurie's down in there, and Loomis is shooting Michael. They struggle. Michael grabs Loomis, squeezes his eyeballs. We think Loomis is dead because it looks like Michael just squeezed his head in like a tomato or something.
Yep.
And then there's the struggle. Lori ends up going back into the house. Another 20 minutes of the movie happened. Michael and Lori both fall off of the roof or out of the window.
Mhm.
And then Lori ends up on top of him. She holds the gun to his head. You see Michael grab the gun and he points it to his head. And then we hear click, click. And then finally the third one, boom, it goes off.
Yeah.
His Halloween 2 ending, we have Loomis and Michael there and Lori as well, but the cops are there in that one. I think you're mixing up the two.
No. I'm telling you because I heard because they played audio when they're panning above Michael Myers' dead body with young Michael Myers asking Loomis, "Can I ask you something?" During their first interview together from Smith's Grove. I'm serious.
Yeah.
I have to bootleg, and they also edited it out because there wasn't a prisoner transfer scene. The original scene for that was Michael Myers saving another inmate from being R-worded by 2 guards.
Okay, that happens way early in the film.
Yeah, that was when he broke out of Smith's Grove.
Yeah.
But that was taken out for TV purposes because they added the prison.
Yeah, no,
after.
that's how you know if you're watching the theatrical version or the unrated version. The theatrical version does not have the rape scene in it. The unrated version does, where the guard brings that new girl inmate into his room. Says, "Hey, Mike, you get you some of the good stuff," and he puts the girl. He grabs the girl and rubs Michael's face. And
around with his max, and
the assault happens, and then Michael kills the guards, and then Danny Trejo and the whole staff gets killed. Yeah, you're mixing up a few things. Like I said,
the staff. What I thought the staff wasn't killed. He just walked the fuck out after he killed the 2
I don't know what bootleg you saw, but it was some weird edit. I don't know what you watched, but it was nothing official.
I had a neighbor back in the day that would give me bootleg movies for fucking free because he was just my fucking neighbor.
Well, then he gave you a bad one because he mixed up 2 movies with scenes all over the place. I know these films. Like I said, there are very few things in life I'm an expert on, but Rob Zombie's Halloween films is one of them. I know that shit. But
I'm not disputing that either. I'm just telling you what I saw in the theater.
Oh yeah. No, I know. No, you're good.
But
the
sequel where Lori ends up in a mental hospital and then she sees her mother with a white horse. I'm like, what the fuck kind of ending was this?
The pale horse, that's a very controversial, because Michael sees the pale horse in Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. He goes back and he recreates young Michael with a new actor, because the original young Michael was too old by this point. And they add in the white horse. And basically what the white horse is, it was a white horse toy that his mother gave him while he was locked up in Smith's Grove for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
And the white horse becomes a symbol of his mother. Well, if you remember back to Halloween 4, when the Jamie Lloyd saga from back in the late 80s, there was a psychic link between Jamie, the niece, and Michael Myers, the uncle. They were playing off of that, but this time they were going for Michael and his sister Lori, and the white horse was a psychosomatic symbol of mom driving the kids crazy. And what they did with Jamie in Halloween 4 going into Halloween 5, because remember, Halloween 4 ends with Jamie stabbing her mom to death with the scissors. Well, this time it's Lori instead of Jamie. So it's, it's one of those things.
Well, Halloween 5, they still played it off like she stabbed her in the dream she had. But
no, Halloween 5, it's Halloween 5 is the worst. Halloween 5 is what ruined the Halloween franchise for decades. It's left kind of vague. Okay, because it's pretty clear that Jamie killed her mom at the end of Halloween 4. Because the ending of Halloween 4, we see Jamie in the clown costume, standing there with the bloody scissors, and Loomis is screaming, "No, no!" He pulls out his gun and
tries to shoot her, but the police stopped him.
Yeah, Sheriff Meeker stops him from shooting her. Halloween 5, we pick up Jamie is now mute. She doesn't speak because Michael didn't speak. That's why they did that. And the guy that they got to direct Halloween 5 was a French guy that had never seen a Halloween movie, and he just ruined it. Like, it was horrible. It was. I can't remember the guy's name, but Halloween 5 ruined the franchise because then we got Halloween 6 where Michael impregnates his niece, and it's all weird.
I thought like she got impregnated by a random guy. I didn't know it was Michael.
No, that's if you watch the producer's cut, they make it abundantly clear that's Michael Myers' baby because they say the line of "we wanted a pure blood," meaning Michael.
I did not
go with his name.
That's for damn true. That's disgusting.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. But like I said, Casey can testify to this. I know my shit when it comes to Halloween. So there's a reason I'm known as a horror guy. You know what I mean?
He is correct. I would say he's definitely
doesn't explain how what was the kid's name that played Jamie Lloyd? What's her name?
Danielle Harris.
Yeah, she pretty much played 2 different roles in like the whole franchise. If you think about it.
Yeah, she plays Jamie in the original timeline, which she was called Jamie because Jamie Lee Curtis played Laurie, but Jamie Lee Curtis after Halloween 2, after Halloween 3, because she's technically the voice in that movie, she refused to do any more movies. So in honor of her, they named her daughter Jamie in the film. So that's why she got that name. And then in Rob Zombie's Halloween film, she plays Annie Brackett, the daughter of Sheriff Brackett. So,
Yep.
Well,
God, it's ridiculous how much I know about this crap. Oh God.
I mean, I had to look up that part, about the whole Danielle Harris situation. I never knew. Did y'all ever know she was in See No Evil 2 with Kane?
Yes, I've seen that film many times. Yes.
See No
It's actually not bad.
It wasn't that bad. I had rented it on GameFly at one point at the time.
I like the See No Evil movies. They're a fun schlocky slasher movie. Like if you just want to have a fun watch a scary movie. I mean, Kane's not the best actor, but he's fine. For what role he's playing. He's playing
He didn't speak.
He's playing like a religious take on a serial killer. It's pretty cool. I like how they do it. So.
Yep. He won't kill anyone that has religious tattoos, but he will kill anyone else. That's all.
So,
that was pretty.
I think the only person that knows more about horror films than me is probably Casey because he's just a fucking genius over here.
Halloween 6, yes, it sucked bad. And
Halloween 6 is better. I will watch Halloween 6, but the only 1 through 6 I'll watch. I don't like watching 5. Halloween H2O I'm not a fan of. I refuse to watch Halloween Resurrection. They've got
just like I refuse to watch Halloween Ends.
Well, Halloween.
That made Halloween Resurrection look like an Oscar nomination.
Halloween Ends.
Halloween
back and
Oscar made
go back and watch the 3-hour plus review that we did over there on Frank's channel where I'm screaming like Alex Jones for 3 hours. I could go for 3 more hours right now. I hate what they did to Michael Myers. Oh my God.
I'm the one that said this made Halloween Resurrection look like a good movie. I'm the one
Halloween Ends. They,
I said that.
I'm not even going to get started talking about that because my blood pressure is going to go through the roof. And I'll probably have an aneurysm. But needless to say, like,
And then I saw. Here's the fucked up part. I saw it on Twitter.
I forget who it was. One of the we were doing a review a couple weeks ago, and somebody had asked, "What's like 3 movies that you'll never watch again?" Like my first answer was Halloween Ends. I refuse to watch that movie.
I watched
That
that on
just-
Peacock. I was not paying money to see that shit in theaters.
Dude, I watched that movie 5 times when it came out just because I hated it so much.
I saw it
I'm not even
once.
kidding.
I watched it once.
I never heard. So you're hate watching is what you're doing, Tex.
Hate.
Oh,
watching.
dude, no. See, now I'll tell you why I watched it 5 times. Because I watched it because Halloween Ends or Kills and Ends both, which I love Halloween Kills. That's tremendous
That was
film.
great.
But
Halloween.
Halloween Ends and Kills both came out on Peacock the same night that it opened in theaters. So I watched it on Peacock. And then I said, okay, this movie's garbage, but I'm going to give it one time in the theater. So I went and saw it opening day at theaters. So that was number 2. And then by that point, I knew, okay, this movie will be the bane of my existence. And I now have to know everything about it so I can trash it for the rest of my life. So I watched it 3 more times to pick up every minute little detail of what's wrong with that and why David Gordon Green should be brought up on war crimes for what he did to Michael Myers. And I hate that man. So
You know what's actually the most thing? Someone actually pretending to be Michael Myers on Twitter said, "Now
Corey
that
Cunningham,
concluded, now that Halloween Ends has concluded, what do you want to see Michael Myers in next?" I'm like, "You fucking died. What else can you do?"
well, I will say this. We are getting a Halloween TV show coming soon, which is going to be not connected to the Blumhouse trilogy, which we just got. So I don't know if it's going to be a new timeline, if it's tied to the original film. I don't know any details yet. Obviously, I'll be talking about it when they do come out. But
if it's anything,
we
like
are getting a Halloween television show. So hopefully it's better than Ends. So we'll see.
it better not be cringe like the Velma TV series. That's all I'll say. It better not be cringe like.
Oh no! I it's being made. I don't know who the showrunner or anybody is yet, but I think Universal got the rights to it, which I trust Universal, so we'll see.
Personally, I'll trust anyone that actually knows what the fuck they're doing with this franchise.
Hey, just get me to Hollywood. I'll make you a hell of a Michael Myers Halloween movie. I'm more than qualified. I know
You are.
like
You are.
give me I just need to go to film school. If I can just go to film school, I could be a hell of a horror director. I have a lifetime of studying this stuff. I understand it on a primordial ooze level of what horror should be.
I'll tell you what. If they end up making that planned trilogy for the new Exorcist Blumhouse trilogy,
well, there's good news about that. There's Exorcist Believer was so bad, Blumhouse had to pivot. Do you know who Mike Flanagan is?
Yes.
He is writing and directing a new take on The Exorcist. This is great news.
Thank God.
So yeah, Exorcist Believer was such hot garbage that Blumhouse was like, "Yeah, we're not doing another one of these." They had to go get Mike Flanagan to rescue them.
$400 million on that shit.
Yeah,
that budget was $400 million.
Yeah, so we are getting. They are continuing with The Exorcist, but it will not be tied to Exorcist Believer, which is good. So we just hope for the best here.
I had me and my fiance watch that over like a video chat call. My girl hated it. She was like,
I'm surprised that she didn't leave you whenever you made her watch that movie. That's a good offer.
She wanted to watch it with me. That's not my fault. we were planning to watch it together. Her idea, not mine.
Yeah, but you should have stopped her.
Yeah.
We both didn't know what we were getting. That was our first time watching it together.
I watched Believer twice. I saw it. Like I said, I usually 9 times out of 10, I watch a movie twice before I talk about it or review it because I want to get my first viewing out of the way, collect all of those first viewing thoughts, and then that second time is when I really pay more attention to the stuff that I maybe missed. Because that happens with a lot of movies. So
the funniest scene
I'll see a movie at least twice before I review, talk about. Because I mean, credibility to me is an important thing when I'm reviewing a film. I take that very, like y'all do with your video game stuff. I want to know what I'm talking about, and I take it seriously.
Honestly, if you ask me, between me and these 4 walls, I mean,
because there ain't nobody else listening, right?
I mean, I fake this video game knowledge all the time. I just look it up and say, "Oh, all right."
Really?
So I'll say I know this. So I mean,
see, I can't do that. Like,
you disappoint me, Casey.
I've been playing.
I won't even watch like somebody else's review before I make up my own mind of a movie.
Now,
I can't do that.
Speaking of bad movies, the Alice in Wonderland sequel, the live action sequel for Alice in Wonderland, that shit was boring as fuck.
Which one?
The one that was like where Alice is trying to help Mad Hatter find his family.
With Johnny Depp. Yeah. I don't remember much about that one.
That one was kind of cringe to me. It was kind of cringe.
I'm not the biggest Alice in Wonderland guy. Like I've seen.
That was my first time seeing a live action Alice in Wonderland movie. I'll admit it. But the person who I had with me, a friend of my mother's, was with me at the time because she wanted to see it too. She fell asleep twice in the theaters and was still able to keep up with the movie.
Have y'all heard or seen In a Violent Nature? It's a movie that just came out this weekend.
Nope.
No.
It's basically a kind of like a knockoff Jason Voorhees Friday the 13th movie, but it's from the perspective of the killer. So you like the movie happened. Like, okay, did y'all ever play the Friday the 13th video game?
I have it.
Okay, well, have you ever seen like gameplay footage of it where you're like third person behind Jason, like as stuff is going on?
I've seen that type of gameplay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, basically, that's how the majority of this movie happens. Like we're following the killer in this movie, and it's like out in the woods. It's like I said, it's very Friday the 13th, but it's like you're watching a live action Friday the 13th video game, but it's a film, and it's an interesting film, and I'm really hoping that we review it because I got to go see it this weekend. It was all right. It was a little bit long. I thought it had some rough spots, but it was an interesting film. From what I've learned, it didn't get a quite wide theatrical release, so I don't know if it's in y'all's area or not. But if you want to see an interesting take on a slasher with some very cool kills, like I won't spoil anything, but there's a kill in this movie that automatically makes my best kills of all time Hall of Fame. And that's saying something. Yeah. Oh, dude. Like, when you get, and I won't say what the kill is, and I implore you, do not look it up. But the kill at the yoga scene, tremendous. Like, the most original kill I've seen in 20 years. Like, I've never seen this before. But,
Well,
yeah,
It's
I would recommend, if you're able to get out to the theater, go see In a Violent Nature. It's now I do warn you, don't be like Casey and be sweepy, because there is about 20 minutes of this where it's just the guy walking. You will fall asleep at times. It is, for as much absurd stuff happens in this film, it can be very boring. I'm throwing that out there ahead of time. But
speaking
it's
of
worth
which,
saying.
have you seen the new like first look for like the new Dwayne Johnson film that's produced by A24?
Where he's playing the MMA guy or whatever?
Yeah. He
It doesn't even look like The Rock. It looks like they did CGI to his face or something.
People are claiming it's makeup that they covered up his tattoos and threw a fucking wig on.
Oh yeah. Well, no, I don't have any doubt about that. But like, go back and look at that picture. It looks like they did CGI to his face.
I know.
He looks.
Remember, he is in his
He looks
50s.
weird.
He is in his 50s. So if a CGI to his face is one thing, but you can't have that too much CGI to cover up all them damn tattoos on his arms. Add half of that had to be makeup.
No, you can CGI that shit off. When you can de-age someone like Harrison Ford, and
That's some AI bullshit right there, though.
Oh yeah, no, they can de-age.
AI bullshit.
For as much as I crap on Disney, and especially their Star Wars and Marvel garbage, they've got that de-aging technology pretty much figured out.
yeah,
I mean, look at the opening, which in the Indiana Jones 5, the
Yes.
newest one, it's a terrible film. Like, I hated the movie.
Did you hear
I
about the
enjoyed
Indiana
it.
Jones video game coming out?
Yeah, I heard it's got a
Like,
bunch of that woke crap in it too. I heard it wasn't very good, but
It's already out.
I don't think it's
I didn't hear about this.
I don't think it's out yet. I think they're making it still or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
it's
I
supposed
think
to
they're still.
be in between, like either like Raiders of the Lost Ark and like Last Crusade or some shit.
I think it is. But like,
That
go
was
back
the
and look
timeline
at
they had
the
planned.
opening. Go back and look at the opening scene of Indiana Jones 5, where he's on the train and stuff. I wish we had a whole movie of that. That was cool. Like, that was the best part of the movie. After that, it was all downhill. But,
Well, I actually thought the movie was good. Actually, I thought it was better than
really? Like, didn't you find it kind of disrespectful to Indiana Jones, though?
I found it horrendously
Oh,
disrespectful.
I mean,
Because it made
I mean,
like Indiana Jones look like a fucking bitch half the time.
Well,
front of
they
the
completely
game.
undid all of the happiness that, I mean, his son died in Vietnam, his marriage fell apart. Like, they like, the disrespect to Indiana Jones. They destroyed the man's life, and then all he wants to do is go back in time because he's a historian. He gets the opportunity, and that woman who was trying to sell him out to the Nazis knocks him out and makes him go back to being unhappy. Like, just the whole movie was a disrespect. I hated it. Phoebe Waller-Bridge is she is one of the worst. I hate her.
Well, yeah, I remember back when they released the fourth one. That was in 2008, so it was like what? When that other one just came out last year. So
Yeah.
it was like what? Good.
Well, and I'm not saying the Crystal Skull was a good movie, because that one sucked too.
No one ever said that shit was a good movie. And if you said it was a good movie, you're lying to yourself. They made an entire
Indiana Jones
parody about it.
Indiana Jones has 3 movies, and the other 2 I don't even talk about. That's just how I handle it.
Man,
But Gun to my
South
head.
Park shit.
If I had Kingdom of the Crystal Skull or Indiana Jones 5, I'll watch Crystal Skull 3 times before I watch 5. I'll tell you that much. So,
Well,
But
I
I
mean, I
thought-
sat down
I-
and watched the 5th one, and I was like, and I enjoyed it. Like I,
yeah, but
Hey,
Casey, from what I can tell, it seems like you're more of a you're not very critical with movies. Yeah, Casey's a very casual movie fan, which I'm kind of jealous of. I'll be honest with you, because whenever I watch a movie, I'm critiquing everything. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
It's
kind of the same way myself. I'm sort
you know
of
it's
especially with
I don't
video
know.
games.
I mean, there's certain movies like I didn't. I mean, to me, I thought Crystal Skull was the weakest one out of the series. I mean, I'm more.
Well, there's a lot of people that would agree with you.
Up until the 5th one came out.
I'm more of a Last Crusades person.
I think Raiders is probably my favorite out of all of them.
But
Temple of Doom was all right, but I like Raiders as
Oh,
well.
and Temple, yeah, Temple. I like Temple, but I love Raiders. I think Raiders is probably my favorite.
I mean,
And
honestly,
also think about this: Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was so bad, they made a South Park scene where they made an entire South Park episode where it's basically George Lucas and Steven Spielberg are wording Indiana Jones.
I
Yeah.
remember that
You're
episode.
like a fucking pig.
I'll put it to you this way: Crystal Skull was so bad they turned it into a meme of instead of jumping the shark, you're shark. You know how that's a turn of phrase or
Yeah.
whatever.
yeah.
Now you can now add nuking the fridge because mud survives a nuclear bomb.
I remember that. Yeah. I remember
So
a
you know
nuclear bomb
that-
test is
they
inside of
you know
a-
nuking the fridge is a term of phrase that gets used because that movie was so bad. But
Yep.
The thing is, honestly,
it's like
I mean, if
Whatever.
think about it,
How
like
did he
if
survive the radiation from all that from that test?
yeah, it was well. I
How
mean,
did
it
he
was
survive
because
the
it had
potential radiation poisoning?
well because
Well-
it was if you read the label, it was lined with it was lined by lead. So you
when it comes to Indiana Jones 4 or 5, I kind of look at it as okay, what's worse, a cat turd or a dog turd? They're both shit. You know, like it's
He polished
neither one of them ain't neither one of them a Snickers bar. You know what I mean? It's just kind of one of those things. But, you
or
know.
a payday in the form of or a payday bar if you watch a Caddyshack.
But then again, I mean, even Casey has made fun of me, like with when I review modern film because I hate most of them. Like 90% of them suck. But I think that's more of a difference in Casey's more of a casual movie. Like when he looks at it
Yeah.
and breaks it down, and whereas with me, I process it differently and I see it in a different light. Like I said, I'm looking at it as a movie reviewer. But
yeah. I mean, I can see why. I mean,
Personally, go ahead.
a lot of times when I go in, like, I try not to let people's opinion sway me. Like, that's why
right,
when,
oh, and you should, yeah.
like, when going into X-Men 97, I was like, I didn't watch any reviews and like, I was surprised.
I'll tell you what, I was surprised about. I was fully prepared to just expect the normal what Disney Marvel is, which is garbage ever since Endgame. But X-Men 97, I didn't watch it until it was all the way done. I watched it all like over 2 days or whatever. And but I'm proud because haha Disney, I didn't pay a dime for it, so blow me bitches. But X-Men 97 was the best Marvel since Endgame. Like that was There was a couple moments that got me worried. That whole Morph and Wolverine situation.
Yeah.
That's problematic. I can see things there. But overall, I enjoyed it. I had fun with it. It felt like the 90s show. I like how it wasn't just Wolverine. It felt like the whole team, like the old show was.
Oh
And,
yeah.
it was good.
I enjoyed the final scene where it's like I enjoyed the final scene in the season finale where like with Apocalypse and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's gonna open up a lot of doors for season 2.
See, I honestly I'm wondering how they're gonna do it because they both honestly, well, I mean, you have some of them in the past, some of them way
Well,
in the future.
Yeah.
I kind of know.
You still have
Well,
like the potential.
I'll say this.
The 4 horsemen of apocalypse. That's a big.
I know where they probably will go because I read those comics back in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
So like when Magneto rips out Wolverine's adamantium, I know what happens to Wolverine after that. Now this is assuming that they follow the comics. They may divert, but I'm excited for what could come if they do follow the source material, which so far they have done pretty well. So we'll see.
But see, the thing is, they didn't show about Wolverine. Like, he was being attended to since they pulled the adamantium out of him. But he was still alive. But when they got
well, yeah, because his real mutation is healing. I mean, that's his main mutation. But
yeah, he heals.
Yeah.
I thought
like
the part was like the adamantium was like surgically grafted onto his bones, which gave him his like claw, his knuckle.
Well, yeah, that's the whole Weapon X program is, he gets the adamantium bonded to his skeleton, and I mean that's the whole point in it. But
but that's not what I mean. I guess as part of his mutation is his claws.
Yeah.
But I mean, those were bone claws. And then
right. Well, if you pay attention to the Old Man Logan storyline, which the Logan movie was based off of, you find out that adamantium is what's killed him because it slows down his healing factor.
Yeah.
So,
it makes sense though too. I mean, having met
if you haven't seen Logan, you need to watch that immediately because that's one of the best superhero movies ever freaking made.
I love Logan. Logan is.
I
remember seeing the Red Panther, and I was saying to myself, like, if they're looking for, when I heard that they were casting for an X-23, there was like people being looked at for an X-23 cast. I'm like, I knew right from the jump as soon as that first trailer came out that the young girl, when they did the teaser, I knew she was X-23 from the jump.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
That young girl, I'm like, yep, that's X-23.
Which
I'm telling you right now, that's X-23.
That girl, Daphne, I can't remember her last name, but it's King. Daphne something. Daphne King, yeah. She was asked recently if she's going to reprise her role in Deadpool and Wolverine, and of course she did. Oh no, I'm not in the movie, which that basically means she's going to be in Deadpool and Wolverine. So,
personally, I think she's in Acolyte too, because she was doing some Star Wars shit recently as well.
I don't know about that, but I fully expect her. I fully expect to see her in a X-23 costume of some sort in the new movie, and
she better be in a damn suit.
Well, I'm going to hold on to a couple of these predictions because we're going to be doing a predictions episode for Deadpool and Wolverine over on Frank's channel. So I'm going to hold my tongue on a couple things, but I'll say this: there's going to be Cameo City in that movie. I'll say that. So
I can't
I
wait.
heard
for
that like
that
they
stuff.
changed the name from Deadpool 3 to Deadpool and Wolverine because Bob Iger apparently had an issue with
Oh yeah.
Deadpool being
Well,
in the MCU or some shit.
They of course they're going to go with Deadpool and Wolverine because most people are coming to see Wolverine. That's what they're coming for. So of course,
Yeah,
They're coming for Hugh Jackman. That's the problem. That's the thing.
Yeah.
They're
the
coming
funniest part,
for someone else.
the day after that the title first released, they released a second title from Hugh Jackman's Twitter account. It was Wolverine and asshole, referring to Deadpool.
Was
I'm
that
looking
from
forward to it.
was this
Like I said, I'm not a big Marvel guy, but I'm really looking forward to this one. I hope it is just. I hope they don't hold back and they just go nuts with it. So I'm really hoping it's going to be good.
I agree.
Fun fact, I actually tried to encourage my youngest sister to look into getting the role of X-23 despite having no acting skills. I wanted to see if she would actually go through with it. This was like
That's
looking for people to play the role. Daphne Keane, man, she actually looks amazing after Logan. Because if you're seeing what she looks like now, because back then she was 13, 14 years old in that film.
she's like early 20s now. Like I don't remember her exact age. But,
Amazing.
yeah.
Looks
Just
beautiful.
say, Kratos, she's legal now.
Oh,
Hey, asshole.
that sounds like
Well,
that sounds like grooming to me.
that sounds like Kratos is going to have a red dot on top of his house, buddy. He's going to have to watch out.
I'm allowed to simp for certain. allowed to simp for certain celebrities, like Cameron Grimes is allowed to simp for Sexy Red too damn much.
Well, I'll say this: that I saw of course, this was just a fan-made image, but somebody had took Daphne Keane and like what she looks like now, and put her in a comics accurate X-23 suit, and like put her next to Wolverine and Deadpool, and I really hope that they make that happen because that would be cool.
That sounds amazing. I'll tell you right
I don't know.
Daphne Keane, please be in Deadpool and Wolverine.
I think that, I know Deadpool 3 is going to be the movie of the summer. Hell, it's already made like $10 million just on pre-sale tickets alone. Like,
that's crazy.
People are already, dude, people are already buying tickets. Just out of curiosity, I checked.
That movie was actually planned to come out next year because of like Captain America: Brave New World or New World Order, as they call it as well.
Now it's called Brave New World. They changed the title.
They had to like push that movie back because a test screening had people walking out of the theater before.
Oh, it was horrible. Yeah, originally Seth Rollins was in that movie. He was cast as one of the villains, but allegedly all of his parts had gotten cut out, and they had to reshoot it. And dude, no, they've shot that movie 4 times. They're on their 4th times of shooting Captain America 4.
Ever since the test screen?
Nobody has any urge to see Black Captain America. If it's not Steve Rogers, it's not Captain America. I'm sorry. It makes no sense. It makes no sense to have Falcon be Captain. He doesn't even have. It makes no sense for him to have the shield when it should be Bucky. Bucky actually has the powers to operate it. He's just a regular guy with wings. It makes no sense, but whatever.
And think about this. Even in the TV show about Black Captain America, he gave up the shield close to the end where he said he felt like I'm like, what the fuck did Steve Rogers give you the shield?
It took me 2 tries of getting through whatever it was called. Falcon and Winter Soldier. Falcon
Yeah,
and Winter Soldier is what it was called.
I just got done watching some of the episodes again this
Hey
week.
Casey, I'm gonna bounce out of here in like a half an hour unless we end the show soon. I'm just letting you know.
Oh, I'm about to wrap it up. I'm getting sleepy.
We're already over 4 hours. Again,
it is like
Casey Sweepy? No shit. No, like, tell me a lie, Casey. I don't believe
the
Yeah.
whole situation with like Captain America, Brave New World. I heard they had to reshoot all their
it.
3 of their major fight scenes. That's how bad it was.
Well, they're on their 4th reshoot of that movie, but this time they added Harrison Ford as Thunderbolt Ross, which, if you don't know, ends up becoming the Red Hulk, which is the president. And I saw set photos today of John Carlos Esposito from Breaking Bad. He's in it as well, and he's playing a villain role. Now, who he is, we don't know. But we don't know who he's playing in the Marvel universe. But that dude can act his way on anything, so I'm interested.
People were upset about him wanting to play Professor X, but without the wheelchair. I'm like, what's the point of playing Professor X?
Yeah, he said he wanted to be Professor X, but he thought the wheelchair was too much. Like, dude, that's like half the character. Seriously.
But either way,
like
he plays a great villain no matter what he does. Even in a video game, he played a great villain.
It's like, okay, here's the main problem when it comes to bringing the X-Men into the MCU. Like Magneto, their main bad guy, he's a Holocaust survivor, which is a main key to his character. You can't get rid of that.
He lost his mother.
If you make like the biggest conversations right now, like, oh well, he could be like a soldier in Vietnam or something. Like, no, he's a Jewish. He is a Jewish Holocaust survivor, which that is literally like, if you take that away, you're ruining the whole character. You might as well not even do Magneto. And it makes no sense for him to be black. There were no black people in the Holocaust. It was Jewish. So, whatever. But
might as well not even call him Magneto by that point.
Well, that's the whole thing.
Vietnam soldier, if they ever go with that.
Well, that's the thing is, they're gonna have to get creative. Marvel needs to just reboot. If I was in charge, that's what I'd do. And just restart, restart with this new Fantastic Four and go from there or whatever. But, we'll see.
Well,
I don't know how I feel about some of the casting for Fantastic Four this go around. I don't know how I feel about it.
I'm not excited about I don't need to I'm not excited about the guy that's playing Mr. Fantastic. I don't like that guy, but whatever.
Well, I think this is a good spot. Let's go ahead and wrap this up for I'm getting sleepy. So, I'm
Casey Sleepy? What the fuck, man?
I'm ready to hit the hay. Plus I gotta get up, do a few things.
You also got LTS later.
AKA, that means Casey's got a shit. That's what that
means. So, I'm not even going to promote my bullshit. I'm ready just to hit.
I don't. Everybody already knows where we are if they want to see. Yeah. We're talking to ourselves at this point. It's like, who gives a shit? So
yeah, this guy waits to sub to my channel a year after I've been on Less Than Serious, almost.
I mean, we're not Joe Rogan over here getting new fans. We're just talking. We're just promoting the same crap to the same people over and over again. We're wishing them fucking out.
True, but I mean, we get new people every once in a while. But I'm just ready to call it a night. I'm sleepy and I gotta walk him one more time and then hit the hay. So for Devious Dave Rose, Tex, Kratos, and The Rose. I am Casey's Raw. Thank you for watching Saturday's Raw. And we'll see you tomorrow for Less Than Serious on the Rose channel. So, let's go ahead and we'll get out of here. I'll thank you.
Go fuck yourself, San Diego.
See you guys.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.